So, good morning or late morning, everyone. Nice to meet you on a first semi-final of a Data Project Challenge 2023. I'd like to welcome all the participants here in the venue and also the participants who are watching us throughout the YouTube stream. I have distributed who will be presenting, and people told me, no, I will just wait for the time and I will see you online. So you will get also some remarks from our online viewers and from our online reviewers. Here in the venue, we have some jury members who will be taking part in the afternoon or evening event. So they will be evaluating yourself. But now it's time for you. It's time for you to present your 2.5 months work here in maximum 10 minutes. Okay, I shouldn't make it longer. Team number 9, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. All right, so hello everybody and good morning to you all. My name is Lubomir and together with Jakub, we'd like to introduce to you our data project called Auto Revert System. What's needed to be said right at the beginning is that we have created this project for a company called Network, so it suits their needs perfectly. But it doesn't mean that our solution wouldn't be applicable in other companies as well. Very shortly about Network, it's a small IT company which develops customized business applications. 2 months ago, when we met for the first time with Tomáš, the CEO of Network, he came up to us and told us, "Hey guys, I'd like to motivate and reward my employees for their hard work." And it was our job to come up with a solution on how to do it. So we have faced a tough question, and I'd like to ask you as well. Have you ever wondered what motivates employees? Or especially the ones who work in IT? Well, we didn't know, so we have created a questionnaire which we sent to Network and gathered answers from their employees.
We have selected for you the top 3 most frequent answers for a simple question. What would motivate you as a Network employee? So let's start with the first motivator on third place, which was team building activities. As we have already said, Network is a small company, so connections between their employees are very, very strong. Moving on to the second place motivator, which is work-life balance. This work-life balance refers to an option or possibility of employees to work from their home office or to get more vacation days. Well, the summer has already started, and we all know that we would like to go on some holiday trip with our loved ones, right? And now, I have one more question for you. What do you think is going to be on the first place? I suppose you all guess it right. It's money. With significant 91% response rate. Well, it's not a secret that all of us would appreciate a little more extra money in our wallets. So that is not that big surprise as well.
Now, when we knew what motivates employees, we had to find out how to motivate them, how to bring the mentioned rewards to the employees.
So we decided to create the Auto Revert system, a real-time motivation system which monitors the job done by employees and rewards them with bonuses accordingly. To be a little bit more specific, this system gives employees points for each of their successfully completed tasks. So it can be seen like a video game, and employee can play this game while working. For their earned points, employees can afterwards choose a reward of their own choice.
Now, let's just take a look at a simple example which will describe how it works. This is Timo. Timo is actually one of the employees in Network and a member of our team as well. Timo is working as usual and he manages to complete the task which was assigned to him. Based on what? He will receive an immediate bonus notification, letting him know that Network actually knows about this hard work and that it's valued as well. As a result, Timo now feels the recognition he deserves, what obviously makes him happy and motivated.
Now, let's take a closer look on what's been happening on Timo's screen throughout the whole process. As we have recently said, Timo manages to complete his task. So he changes the state of the task to closed. Once the task is closed, an instant Microsoft Teams notification pops up. When Timo opens this notification, he will be navigated to a screen which includes detailed information about his daily work progress. Besides that, Network has made an agreement with their nearest restaurant called Upecku about beverage coupons that can be applied by Network employees. So it means if Timo will fulfill his daily quota, he will get a chance to choose and enjoy one free beverage based on his own preferences. To be honest, I already know what Timo is going to choose, but I don't think so it will affect his work performance.
Besides that, the biggest surprise will come at the end of each month with monthly bonus alert. Here, the employees will be able to see the overall evaluation of the month. If we take a closer look, we will be able to see a table which contains number of points earned for each task. These points are achieved by completing the task sooner than it was estimated. What's also very important to note is that these estimated times are chosen by the employees themselves, which are then approved by their project managers. If we look a little lower, we will see the option to choose a specific bonus, including, for example, stocks of Network or paid vacation. On top of that, Timo will also have the option to click on button Show Details, which will open a dashboard containing all the useful information Timo needs about his performance, including, for example, total amount of points earned, as well as the line graph showing planned hours compared to actual hours.
Our entire service runs on an architecture that can be seen on this screen. It consists of two main parts, which the first one is Azure and the second one is Power Platform. Our main goal was to collect events from data sources that normally do not provide with a direct connection and update our data in our real-time database accordingly. Furthermore, our architecture offers us a possibility and flexibility to adapt and customize our application so it can be used in any other IT company, which makes it a scalable solution.
To sum everything up, what our solution provides is transparent bonus distribution, as well as real-time notifications, the option to choose a specific bonus, personalized dashboards for each employee, and lastly but not least, adaptive architecture, meaning that our solution can be used in other companies as well.
And that will be all from us. Thank you very much for your attention, for your time, and feel free to ask us, or especially Timo, whatever questions you have. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and we have a time for questions, either from a jury, either from your classmates, either from myself. Okay, any questions in the beginning? So, my question is, how did you validate your concept with the management of the company?
We've been in very close contact with the management. We had calls almost every week, I would say, and they really liked it. And we are also in a testing phase now with selected employees, and they also say they really like it and they can't wait when it's all finished.
Okay, and they are testing the beer, coffee, lemonade variant, or?
Mostly beer, but also the other beverages.
Okay, who decides on which task will be the one which will be awarded by the bonus? Or is it any task, so it means any time I will do the commit, I will get a beer, or lemonade, or coffee?
Tasks that are evaluated, that's from deliver projects, so that are paid from customers.
Okay, so internal tasks are not evaluated?
Not yet, but it will be in the future.
Okay, and the last option I have seen, these are the made-up numbers, of course, that you can get a 0.3 of stocks of the network company per month. I think it would end up in a handover of the company to its employees in 10 months or something like that. Am I right?
There are some limits, but that's everything that's called optional stock program that came from West world, and it's something new that a lot of companies try to implement this methodology in their companies. And it's not like real stocks, it's virtual stocks, and it works a little bit different.
Excellent. Questions? Do not hesitate to ask tough questions. It means you will be asked tough questions then. If not, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks to Team 9.
Thank you.
And now I will ask the Team 2, who's next, and we will start in 2 minutes. Just we have to keep up the pace of the time schedule because some of our external viewers are expecting you to start at specific time. But you can go on stage and just get ready. And one more thing, just from the formal point of view, there is the attendance sheet somewhere here. Who has it? Yes? So please hand it over so everyone has to sign there. Okay, 2 minutes. So we'll be back in 2 minutes.
I will wait. Okay, it's on. Good.
So, hello everyone again. I'd like to welcome on our stage team number 2 Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. We are Project BizHawk, and we have created an automation solution for a company called Erida Group. Before we delve further into what exactly we were automating, let us first start with explaining what kind of company Erida is. Let's start by imagining a nice, big investment company. Well, Erida is nothing like that, but they do work for these kind of companies, and they specialize in finding interesting investment opportunities for them in the area of commercial real estate and companies for sale. These investments can be anything from hotels to warehouses to plots of land to build warehouses on, or even healthcare facilities. How do they do it? Well, let us pull up a few examples. With probably the most profitable one, a hotel, Erida goes through their non-public sources. They arrange a few meetings, call a few contacts, and eventually they find a nice hotel with a selling price of tens to hundreds millions of Czech crowns. And if the company does in fact buy that hotel, they get a nice provision of up to 1 million. Definitely worth their time, isn't it? But what if we are talking about a healthcare facility? What if we are talking about something that has a price tag of up to 1 million and the provision is up to 100,000 Czech crowns? Well, then there is one advantage to looking for these instead of for hotels. These can in fact be found on public websites. That sounds nice. You just come home after a whole day of meetings and you open your favorite real estate website, filter by healthcare facility and filter by city. And you get a nice few options, you go through them and you relay the information to the company. Well, actually, it does not quite work like this. These listings can be found on healthcare, special medical websites, and those listings there usually look like this. There are listings for people looking for a doctor. There are listings for people looking to sell their medical equipment, or even articles about earwax for whatever reason. And you have to go through all of this. You have to spend hours and hours and hours looking for a healthcare facility or a relevant healthcare facility. But it takes time. There is quite a lot of noise. You have to read through tons of text. You have to check every day, but those websites are not updated every day. They are updated, well, maybe every day, but also maybe once per week, once per few months. And all in all, this takes so much time that it is definitely not worth those 100,000 that you might eventually get, especially when you could be searching for a hotel instead. So what if there was a website or perhaps, let's say, a database where you could search for these healthcare facilities, where they could be listed, and where you could easily filter by city, where you could easily find contact information? Well, this is exactly what we have done for the company. We have created a database. We have scraped all the listings from all the medical websites that we were given by the company, and we have applied a natural language processing model for these to determine whether the articles were in fact about earwax or about a healthcare facility. And we have put it all into a database, and we have filtered out all those irrelevant information. And because we were feeling fancy, we also set up an emailing system because of how infrequently those websites are updated. So you don't have to check the database every day. You could just check your email and you will see if there is anything that's worth your time. We have already started a pilot version of this project, and during the first week that this pilot project was running, we have scraped over 1,000 listings from the past few years from the websites. We have filtered out anything that wasn't a healthcare facility, and we were left with 240 listings for healthcare facilities. We have showed these to Arida, and they have already selected first 9 healthcare facilities that they believe are worth their time, that they believe could be of interest to the company that they are providing this information to. We shall only see if this will end up in becoming a closed deal, but that is up to Arida. We have just provided them with a functional technical solution. We have provided them with our business analysis of the problem. We have given them our technical documentation, and we have already given them first data. And the only question left is what comes next. We could always add more websites. We could always I don't know, why stick to medical websites? We could go for warehouses. We could go for plots of land to build warehouses on. Those things can be found on public websites, and they have similar problems as healthcare facilities do. And of course, we are going to keep improving the whole solution so that Arida has their top-notch database, which makes looking for investment opportunities exactly as easy as I made it sound at the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? Yeah.
So I will have one question for you. How will you make sure that once this project is over, and it's almost over, that the company is able to run it on their own?
Well, we have consulted every step of the way, and we are currently in talks with the company that we might continue running this project for them. And as I've said, we have provided them with the technical documentation, so we are very willing to explain everything so that if they don't want us, they will be able to run it on their own.
Okay, another question. How good is your NLP?
Well, right now we have quite a few keywords to determine whether, in fact, we are talking about a healthcare facility. But there is a slight overlay between, as I've said, people looking for a doctor for a healthcare facility and a healthcare facility. So in the filter data, there is slight noise at the moment because we consulted this with the company, and they decided they would rather have some irrelevant information in there than to lose an important opportunity because it would just fall through when we filtered it out by accident.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Then it's my turn again. How much will you charge for that? What will be the business model?
Well, the business model, we have made it for the company, so right now, if we are going to be getting anything that is up to negotiation, of course, but right now the solution is running for about €2 per day. It is built on Azure and it is very scalable, so we are in control of over how much it costs.
Okay, it was how much it costs, and if you will scale it up for another companies, so what will be the price?
It will not be scaled for other companies, it will be scaled for Arida.
Yeah, it will be, yeah, okay.
It is a solution only for Arida because it will provide them with incredible business advantage, and that is the goal.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Project BizHawk. And again, we have some time. 6 minutes till the team 15 will be on stage. So relax, enjoy. I think bar is open, even so it's early.
Ani na animace to nebylo. Ale my se
To je ta šipka, která se předpokládá. No ještě.
Připravený?
Určitě.
Hello viewers, welcome back. Floor is designed or dedicated for the team number 15.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Hotel managers don't work with data most of the time, and if they do, it's mostly for procedural purposes, like room occupancy tracking or inventory management. But there are plenty of opportunities for the improving of the hospitality service with the use of data. One of the things that every hotel manager wants to work on is the ability to sell as much of additional services as possible. Everybody who is going to the hotel wants to be accommodated, of course. But there is plenty of other services that the customer can be interested in. The goal of a hotel manager is to identify the most optimal channels through which he can sell those additional services and sell them.
One of these channels is the stay package. So you may ask, what is stay package? Well, it's an accommodation plus some additional content. For example, a twin room plus a massage that could be used during the stay. Those packages are often suitably named, and the services have some minor discount to it, so it's more interesting for the customer.
And what are the advantages? Well, for the hotel manager, he already sold the additional services. He already done his job. The revenue was made. And for the customer, the advantage is that he can look forward for the pleasant time he will experience in the hotel. But here comes a tough question. How would a hotel manager know which package would sell well? He can rely solely on his experience, sure. But will the gut feeling always yield the best results? We don't think so. Therefore, we designed the program that will help the hotel managers with the package creation process.
So, how our product works? User will go to our website, make a registration, pay the fee, fill all the necessary information and about his hotel reservation system, and in just a few minutes, user will have everything he needs for his data-driven packages. We value hotel managers' experiences, so there is enough room for their creativity. User will see historical data relevant to those already created packages, and he may even reevaluate given results. Our program also recommends specific services with each type of accommodation, also based on historical data. So, as you may already see, the precious value of our product lies in using user's historical data for the whole process, so the information is relevant and able to help him with this task. And here you can see how our product looks. This is the package screen. This is the first thing that customer sees when his registration is finished. Here he gets the suggestions how he should design his hotel's packages. To help him validate those results, there is another tab in the navbar called Analytics. Here he can see amount of sold services, categories of those services, room reservations, and other useful information that can be used for the analysis.
Now, let's briefly look at the technical side of our product. Here, first, the data are in the source system. In our case, in the software as a service Previo. From there, the data goes through XML API to Keboola, where a series of Python codes and transformations take place. Then the data are uploaded to Power BI, where dashboards are created, and those dashboards are then deployed to the website itself. Keboola has an orchestration. So every first day of the month, new data will be uploaded to the Keboola, so producing new results for the manager. Important question. Will our product work just for those users that already have some historical data? Yes, that is correct. But we made our program in a way that just with a couple of historical reservations, you will see results. Those results will be meaningful and will help the hotel manager with the package creation process. Also, data will be updated every month, producing new opportunities that can be explored.
You may have already wondered, what about the pricing? To keep the pricing model as simple as we can, users will pay annually. 75 euros for the first year and 30 euros for any other year. User may cancel his subscription anytime he wants, and his subscription will last for his whole paid year. Pricing model is set this way because the biggest costs related to the new customer are within the first year of his subscription. Largest amount of data is processed at the start. Later, data are just updated, and system doesn't need to process those existing ones. And what would you get for this price? Well, you will extract maximum potential from your packages, and you will not need to rely on trial and error.
To summarize, our product is designed to help hotel manager with the creation of optimal stay packages, with the use of data-driven insights, by displaying charts with historical data, and by providing valuable recommendations. This will enable the hotel managers to quickly get their hands on the package creation process. By continuing data updates, we ensure that even with minimal historical data, our program delivers meaningful results. Our product offers a flexible and affordable price model, ensuring accessibility for the customers.
And let's conclude with a slogan. Unlock the power of your data with us and maximize your package potential today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all.
Thank you very much. Remarks, questions? Perhaps.
Okay, why is it so cheap?
Well, is it cheap? Well, then we are glad to hear it because we made our calculations and we think that this price is the optimal price considering the costs and what we are offering. Yeah.
Have you considered the market situation? Because if something is too cheap, then it could be viewed as a sham or a fraud.
That's right, but we want the program to be affordable for as much managers as possible. Also, there are plenty of small hotels that can, if the price will be too high, then they would not be able to afford it.
What would you imagine under too high?
Well, that's up to debate, but...
No, it's not. You have to do the analysis of that.
Yeah, so what price would be too high? Well, we think that if we would go over 50% more than this is, then I think it should be too high. It would be too high.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask for what market? Are we talking Czech Republic? Are we talking Europe, world?
Well, primarily Czech Republic. With the platform I shown, this is the largest platform that is used by hotel in Czech Republic, so that's the first platform that we will use, basically. And then there is potential for expansion on other platforms in Czech Republic and also abroad.
And who is your target market?
Well, hotel managers, mainly.
Yeah, everyone. One size fits all.
Medium to large hotels.
So like medium to large,
yes.
Don't have enough money to pay over 75 euros per year.
It's mostly that the small hotels, we are not sure how, well, I think they don't have that much services. So
don't think, verify. Okay, you have to figure out this is a market research and this is such a big, you would have potential with this, but pricing is this low with no validation for it. Not really that how to say it, nice, let's say. You said you will be using past data. What about the bias provided by COVID?
Yes, the bias is somehow there, but like the bias is more in the lower amount of reservations than in the pattern in the reservations, and the pattern is the thing that we are more interested in.
Depending on time of opening of the hotel.
Sorry.
If somebody opened just before COVID, then everything they have is basically biased, right?
maybe somebody from the team will answer. Like,
If a hotel opened 2019 and 20, January, right? So what data do they have? COVID, just out of COVID,
but they still have some historical reservations, right?
from COVID, yes.
Yes, but the pattern of the reservations is the same. If somebody goes to the hotel, he has his room, he has some services.
I wouldn't go during COVID to spa because it was impossible to use all the services offered. You would have to wear the mask. You can't really wear the mask when you are sweating, etc. So many of the services at the hotels during COVID were affected by that. So there will be some sort of skewed the result. So how do you?
Yes, that's also correct.
Okay, so you have 1 year, and you think that's enough?
Well, yeah, but...
Okay.
Okay.
How do you judge the meaningfulness of the results?
How we check the meaningfulness of...
Judge.
Yeah. So it's based on the algorithm. We discussed closely the algorithm with the manager, one of the managers. So we validate the results this way. And yeah.
Do we have more time, or am I already over?
Hey, any more questions before I will say one remark? Okay, one remark I thought that I should tell you before you start, but I have got the information that the management of the Previo is watching your presentation just now.
Okay. Nice.
So you can talk with some of them in the evening, hopefully.
Okay.
One more thing is, and this is connected with the HANA, when we first met with your idea, you told us you will be testing it with one of the hotels. Mm-hmm. So you told you did it. Did they buy it? Did they use it, or do they use it?
Well, basically, we had a deal that they gave us access, we gave them product. So they use it, yes.
Mm-hmm. And what are the results till now?
Well, the results, I will see results. The manager take the inputs, and she are now deciding what we will do with it, basically. But she has some ideas, so already we will discuss it further.
Mm-hmm. And just one guess, when you did your calculation of the price you will be selling the product for, you probably counted all the expenses of the technology you had. Am I right?
Yes.
And put some premium over that.
Yes.
Okay, now I know. Now I know how it is, why it is so low. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Podle těch bodů oni nebudou dostávat známky. Ty body slouží opravdu k tomu je jako řádně jako So, welcome back. Hello viewers here in the venue and the viewers of our online stream. time for team number 1. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for your word. And, oh, sorry. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that according to the study of University of Warwick, companies that have effective planning grow on average 30% faster than companies without? At Plantception, we help these businesses to unlock their growth potential. And today we would like you to present our solution that creates financial and reporting plans for companies based on their historical accounting data. So planning was always important in companies because it shows a roadmap for achieving their goals, and it also it aligns actions with the strategy of the company. And it shows all the employees where are we standing now and where are we going. It is even more important in times of VUCA, which stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. That means that the company need to have more than just 1 year plan. They need to do continuous planning and reforecasting in today's turbulent times. They also need multiple scenarios they could act upon, and they need information as detailed as possible. And last but not least, they need to have reporting and planning metrics aligned together so they could check where they are. Let me tell you how the planning works in Fresh Labels. This is Christina. She's the financial manager of Fresh Labels. It is an e-shop that we work together. They provide us with data, and we work on our minimal viable product there. Fresh Labels is a fashion market leader, one of the fashion market leaders e-shop in Czech Republic with millions in revenues. However, they don't have, they are not a corporation just yet. If it was, they would have financial planning and analysis teams dedicated to creating company's plan using advanced tools like IBM Planning Analytics. However, she works for small companies, so she don't have money for FP&A or the planning tools. And what does the planning looks like in Fresh Labels? To be honest, it is quite challenging, and Maria will describe it for you.
Sure. Like 37 of all companies and 85 of SME, planning in Fresh Labels is made in spreadsheets. Fresh Labels has 3 sales channels, more than 50 product categories, more than 300 product brands, and customers from 27 countries. Creating Excel reports with such a level of detail is a very difficult task. Planning starts at the end of the year, and it often involves a prolonged informational ping-pong between 6 departments before reaching agreement. Different departments have different data structures and level of detail. As you can imagine, changes to plans are time-consuming. Each adjustment needs to be updated, and it takes up to 3 weeks to replan the initial plan. As a result, Fresh Labels has multiple plans in different spreadsheets. Detail is only on the product categories level, and replanning is done only once in the year. But Christina, she wants to change it. She knows that all the data for the planning is right at her hand. And the main thing, Christina knows that the business owners need information to be delivered faster, more efficient, and with more detail. And she comes to us and asks us for help. And what did we answer, Tuan?
We said yes, and here is our solution and how it works. Firstly, Christina just select the accounting system they use, and we create a connection using Kobula to the data source. So the data are connected, refreshed automatically, and she don't have to do the manual exporting every few weeks. Then she create an P&L structure. What is P&L? P&L is profit and loss statement. It's one of the most important reports for the business owners. It's basically show the structure of revenues and cost, the margins and the profit. And she basically set this structure and choose what revenue is what cost, where the accounts, which accounts patří, is part of which cost. Basically, she set the cost structure. And after that, we generate a template for yearly plan input. She fills the values there, but she don't have to fill all the values, just the revenue and cost she knows. And our algorithm will fill the rest use based on the historical data. After she approves the yearly plan, we generate a monthly plan, which she can adjust based on her knowledge of the future marketing campaigns and expansion plans. After she approved the monthly plan, we load the plan into our data warehouse in Snowflake, and we create a Power BI report where the managers can check if the plan is matching if the reality is matching the plan. And for the backend, we are using Kebula, Python, and Snowflake. And regarding the front end, for now, the user can adjust the structure of P&L and update the plan only in spreadsheets. We use the spreadsheets because we just want to test our minimal viable product and test the idea. And the result was very positive. We saved the Christina 5 man days on planning. Also now she can create much more detailed plan, and much more often. She can now replan every month, not once a year. So she can create multiple versions, and the reporting is much more interactive because it's in Power BI, not in Excel. And we also save the time, the manual work of her downloading the CSV exports. And what are the next steps? We see Planception as a software as a service business. We did the research and development of MVP, and we got a positive feedback. And our next step is to try the solution on more companies to make sure that product fits the market. And then we would like to develop a web application for the better user experience. And we would focus mainly on e-commerce businesses because it's the growing industry, and also the data structure is the same as we have experience with. And how much would it cost? As you can see, the first phase was free because we fit in the limits of free subscription of Kebula and Snowflake. And for the next phase, we would need some funds for the web application development. So vote for us, and we will plan the future. To summarize everything, at the beginning, we discussed how important are plans for companies. We found out that SME don't have the budget and tools for efficient planning. We showed you our solution and the future plan for this project. And for the end, I would like to say that the small and medium enterprises did not have data 10 years ago, but thanks to digitalization, they have it now, but they don't use it efficiently for planning their future. So that's the reason why Planception was created. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions, remarks?
Do you have a prototype?
Oh, yes, we have. We have a prototype that's working for the fresh labels. But I think we don't have it in the presentation.
It is unfortunate.
Yeah, I was gonna follow on that. How will you communicate the results of whatever this process gives you? So I was expecting to see at least some visual. What I forgot her name. What was her name?
Christina.
Yeah, but what Christina is going to receive from the process, and because she said that main trouble was her communicating to the business owners, right? So she needs to communicate somehow to them. So does she need to tweak the input, the output somehow, or does she just resend it, or how does that work?
Okay, so the bigger idea is that we will create the web application, as we mentioned, and everyone from the company will give their share to the planning. And after that, upon that, the application will create the plan. But for now, we have the minimal viable product, so Christina still have to ask each and every department and collect the feedback.
So that's not really minimum viable product yet, right? If you can't show it to us, if you don't have any output of that, then we can't see how it actually works. It seems like simulation. So she goes, she asks, she processes it herself, then she gets something, and it's like doing the Wizard of Oz prototyping stuff.
Yes, that's our mistake that we didn't put it there. One reason is that the Excels and the report is not that beautiful, and also there are data that that Fresh Label didn't want us to show. And but from the input side, yes, the planning is still like more on the manager to do the yearly plannings. We just do all the automation and like the manual work. We automate the manual work, which is basically they have the yearly plan, which then they use the historical data to like split it into the monthly and to daily, and also the reporting process is still manual. They export it and try to match all in Excel. They have a lot of formulas in Excel.
So it sounds like the output is Excel sheet.
Yeah. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you for your question. In fact, what will be a real price of the implementation in the client's client setup? You just listed if I'm right, the mandates.
Yes.
So these are your mandates, and what will be the client mandates or client implementation mandates? Yes. And the price of your mandate is?
The price?
Yeah.
We are students and we do it for free now, so it's zero, but...
okay. Zero mandate rate, I think.
And also we wanted to test the product. We want to test the product, and that's more valuable for us, just to know, and they wouldn't share the data with us without, like, they don't know if we have the
I thought
solution.
about the future client, so it means...
the future.
And the future client, the mandate rate will be still zero mandate rate?
No, it's much more based on how big the company is and how much hour of manager costs. So basically, usually it's the financial manager who does the reporting, the planning.
Yeah.
So based on that, but we don't have the data that they are doing the manual exports, and also the replanning every month would cost much more. So
okay,
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, team number 3. I think you can go straight on. Floor is yours.
A week ago, this light bulb was still in the factory. Today, it's here with us, and tomorrow you will be able to buy it at your favorite hobby market. And it's all possible also thanks to our solution. Good morning, my name is Tomáš Mikulenka, and together with my colleagues, Adela Smrčková, Jana Štolcová, and Martin Janda, we came up with the optimization of the procurement process. For this solution, we partnered with Kratochvíl company. The Kratochvíl company is B2B lighting trade company. Their main focus is for selling light bulbs. And they come with their problems with procurement process. And to tell you more, I will give the word to Adela.
Okay, so let's take a look on a procurement journey before we will show you our solution. Meet Jack, a procurement officer. He comes to the office and opens, yeah, it's a bit funny, opens a business module from Safor. He enters necessary inputs to the system and it tells him what and most importantly, how much to buy, to order. But unfortunately, that's not all what he has to do. He has to go manually through all of the items, check it one by one. He check it one by one based on his experience and on additional Excel sheet and makes proper adjustment. After that, Jack can finally place an order. It takes him approximately 30 minutes in average. A week later, the shipment arrives with too many goods because sadly, this order wasn't optimized. The company has a lot of money in warehouse goods, which causes issues with cash flow. And moreover, the warehouse staff also makes expenses for the company. And since the orders are not optimized, there is much more staff than is actually needed. Many businesses face similar problems. Sounds familiar, right? Because maybe your business is one of them, but don't worry, we have a solution for you. Here comes Jack again, but now he's in a better mood. Are you asking why? Yes, it's because he has our solution. He also opens business module from Safor. He also puts inputs there, and it recommends him what and how much to buy. And what changed? He now gets much more accurate results, and he doesn't need to check anything manually. So yes, goodbye Excel sheet. He doesn't need to do that again. And that's not all. He also gets a supportive Power BI dashboard overview, and now he just needs to place an order, and the goods are on their way. This whole process just got cut in half. So it means it took him 15 minutes instead of 30, and that's like a really good. The shipment arrives again, but now the amount of goods is optimal, and the cash flow is getting better and better. And cost of warehouse stuff is also decreasing. And let me tell you how we managed to achieve that. We have taken into account many aspects. These are the most important ones. Firstly, reliability of shipment, specifically how much it historically took to deliver the goods. This is connected directly to the minimum stock, which is important because of the fees if you not deliver. Because believe me, in this field, the fees are like really, really high. The next one would be unpackaging fee and package in general, because it's better sometimes to order, instead of a 1/3 of a pallet, one whole pallet in 3 weeks. And this is logistically better, so it will cost less. And this can be all adjusted to your business and to your specific needs.
Yeah. Now let's have a look how we implemented our solution in Kratochvíl's company. All the data are stored in SQL database. The input for filtering comes from ERP tool. We take the data and transfer them in Pentaho ETL, which is a free open source tool. And the Pentaho creates output file that is then used for calculations. That one Python script covers whole process. Starts ETL, does the calculation, and finally, in the end, opens Power BI report with a dashboard overview.
The technical solution sounds great, but let's talk numbers. The stock in the warehouse is now optimized by 22% thanks to our algorithm. And this is directly connected to the company's cash flow, which we managed to improve by 430,000 euro. By optimizing the purchasing system, we have reduced the time of every purchase from 30 minutes to 15 minutes. And there are 4 purchasing officers, and each of them makes at least 3 purchases per day. So we have saved 3 hours a day just on these officers. In a year, we have saved 12,500 euro. And that's not all. The warehouse staff can now work much more effectively. We have reduced their work on the intake of goods by 8%. If you want to calculate that, we have saved 13,000 euro in a year. So in total, the company has saved 25,500 euro per year. And we can do the same and more for your company as well. You may ask, what will be the cost for this? Well, we have good news for you. Our solution is built on free open source tools, so it will not only please your warehouse management, but also your budget. That means that the only cost you will have is for the implementation, and this implementation cost would, of course, depend on the requirements from your side, but we expect, in average, 50 hours of implementation time. After the implementation, the administration is completely up to you. It's definitely not a full-time job, so you can simply assign a person from your company, and they can do proper adjustment in case of need. I'm sure you are wondering about the exact number right now. The total implementation cost for Kratochvíl is 3,000 euro, and it will pay for itself in less than 2 months. If it's still not obvious why you should go with our solution instead of our competitors, let me show you a comparison. Our competitors are mainly pre-made solutions such as Inflow, Zoho Inventory or Cint7. And what all of these competitors have in common is that they are SaaS subscription models for which you would have to pay hundreds of euros every month, and you might still not even get all the aspects you need. We offer fast implementation, only one-time expense for a tailor-made solution, and the administration is up to you. You can administrate it with full access.
We value the opportunity to collaborate with Kratochvíl and appreciate their trust in our abilities to create data solution for them. We were curious what they think about the testing it, and we are happy that their feedback is positive. The feedback also serves as a motivation for us to improving the algorithm, adding more parameters and work on our solution. Thank you for your attention. Come later, we will show you our solution, and also I'm guaranteed that your business will shine like Kratochvíl's, and also that you can shine bright like a Kratochvíl. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
you very much. Time for question remarks.
Do you have a prototype for
Yes,
that?
we have.
Okay. Where?
On the PC in Kratochvíls. It's in Slaný, so basically in our PC.
Okay.
But we proved our solution in technical presentation a week ago, so...
Yeah, but it seems like you do think that it's only question of numbers and stocks. Where do you account for negotiations and procurement, for example?
This is...
That doesn't work like that. There are no like negotiations for. You mean like the number of stock or the price?
The price, the conditions.
The price is set. We.
No, it's not. Never.
No, it's like 16 million plus turnover. So it is set like for every quarter, I think the price is, and it is B2B segment. So it is not the thing. We are not that is not about the solution. The prices are already set. We cannot move with them. We are only targeting on the stock itself in numbers.
Okay, so you are only focusing on one segment and basically ignoring the rest.
No.
This could be adjusted, as we said in the presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
No. I mean, there are price lists which cannot be changed. No. There are price lists with. Yeah, and we have our like discounts which are set for time for that quarter, and we cannot move with that. I mean, the company can. We have other people who are making it, but we are not focusing on that. If you understand to me.
Okay, so you are saying that your solution costs 3,000 euros, right? And can you put the slide with the comparison payment per month there, please? Because you say that it's 0 for yours. And if we take the initial payment of 3,000
Yes,
divided
the
by
zero-
12, we get 250.
The 0 is for the monthly subscription.
Yeah, and if I take the general amount that is paid once in advance, and even if I divide it by 12 months, then I get to 250, which is kind of still cheaper maybe than one of those, but it's not definitely 0. The money needs to be paid, and it's either paid in 1 installment or 12 installments.
Yes, you are right, of course. That's what I mentioned on the previous slide, that it's a one-time investment. This is only the amount for a monthly subscription, which is 0, because after you pay it, then you don't pay any
But
monthly subscription.
there is no monthly subscription, so it's completely useless information here. If it's one payment, then why are you showing us the comparison with monthly subscription?
Well, because after...
You think it looks good, the 0?
Well, it does look good, and it's true,
Doesn't-
because you don't need to pay like in 5 years. This will not be early.
Okay, let's move on. Do you, you said you calculated the amount of hours saved and the return on that. Do you think that, do they actually order every day? Every day they place an order?
Yes, they do, because we have every month about 300 orders, maybe more. And it is a big company, we have to think of that. It is 16 million plus euro
Okay,
company.
thank you.
It's one of the biggest in Europe.
Yeah. Any questions? Other?
We have no time for more questions, so
Okay.
thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. If you don't believe, come, we will show you.
Yeah, just one remark. Our jury members are not here just to be kind. Yeah, you have seen that, and they try to get as much as they can get from your solution. Yeah, okay. Time for team 11. have, yeah, floor is yours.
Thank you. Hey guys. Hey guys, I'd like to welcome you to our presentation. Today, we would like to talk to you about our project called Eagle Vision. We were working on this very hard in a couple past of months. But first, we must address a huge elephant in the room. We love Prague. We really do. That's why we've chosen the Institute of Municipal Planning and Development to be our guide on this data project journey. During our discussions, the topic of city parking came up multiple times. As it turns out, is it not a basic human right to be able to park anywhere in the city? Who would have thought? But we agree. So, what's the deal with parking in Prague? Public space is a valuable resource. There is only so much available land, especially in the city center. And creating new parking spots out of thin air is just not possible, at least not forever. That's why the Institute of Municipal Planning and Development, their architects, urbanists, and analysts try their best to understand the situation. But in many cases, they lack hard data to back their decisions. Why would we even want to have a different approach to parking in Prague? Well, there are many negative externalities that come with continuous development of parking lots. Let's start with public space. Some could argue that it's unfair for cars to take up so much public space. While we understand that some people are pretty dependent on their vehicles, it is not really possible to park in the city center at the same time. Just wait a minute and we will show you how much of a difference a simple change can make. Parking space takes a lot of place that could be used for greenery. This comes with many benefits. Not only that the soil is meant for plants and it can hold water and help with regulation of flow during rainy days, it also enhances air quality. Trees and plants play a vital role in reducing air pollution, and by absorbing carbon dioxide and producing more oxygen, they put back into the atmosphere, they improve the overall health of the city. And what about extreme heat? Well, according to numerous researches, streets and areas that are just plain asphalt and concrete get as much as 30 degrees Celsius more warmer during the summer. That's a huge difference. And this could be changed by having more green places. This could be changed by having more green places instead of parking lots. Let's have a look at this image. Some of you may know where this is just by the street layout and the shape of the building. That is the Mariánské Square, Mariánské náměstí, or the Virgin Mary Square, and the Prague New City Hall in the Old Town. Relatively high traffic, both for tourists and residents. There are several theaters nearby and also a public library just across the street. Would you believe it? This is the same picture just a few years back. As you can see, the change in the middle of the square is pretty huge. There used to be a huge parking lot there. The newly acquired public space can be used for many different ways. The square got so much quieter, and thanks to the benches and trees, it also served as a place to meet. During COVID times, there was a very prominent testing point that was really important for the city center, as it is right next to the Old Town Square and available to many people in the area. And what about those using the areas? There could be a business owner waiting for the opportunity to rent out a place for his restaurant for his customers to have more places to sit on. And locals would love to have more walkable places, especially in the city center. How about a street food kiosk staying at the square too? All of those things could bring more money to the city than parking lots currently do. This money could be used for building parking houses or addressing another important issues. And that is the second point of our presentation. Why use our public space so inefficiently? So, how should we proceed? The city obviously has all of the data it needs. But that is for street line parking, we're talking. The blue zones, purple zones, etc. What they don't have is data concerning non-street parking. All those places like land with undefined purpose, inner block cities, or bigger parking lots next to shopping centers and bigger institutions. It's borderline impossible to find all those places manually. That's why we are trying to come up with a project that's using Prague's image data. The latest satellite imaging of Prague consists of more than 2,000 individual pictures of extremely high resolution. According to our calculation, it would take between 250 and 300 man-days to manually go through all of these pictures and find the parking lots individually. That's where we come in. Thanks to our machine learning algorithm based on the MASK RCNN framework, we are able to perform image search and recognition on Prague's satellite images. After a bunch of pre-processing and getting the images to a desired format, the system classifies them and highlights all of the spots that could be a parking space. Why? So that urbanists and analysts have a map showing areas with a high probability of a parking space. No need to manually search for them. Thanks to our solution, we have easy access to a system that helps them look for parking spaces without manually having to scroll through thousands of images. And the best part, with some minor tweaks, it could be applied to any city in the world, as long as they have suitable data. And with past and future data too. Here, you can see a part of an image we chose. Look at this beautiful, high-detail photo of a Prague's neighborhood, Nusle. As you can see, quite a lot of space there is used for city parking. And what did we do with the pictures? To be able to efficiently look through the data, we have to pre-process the images a little bit. Each one gets cut into 16 individual squares and still keeping the extremely high resolution of 5 centimeters per pixel. We can also batch adjust their brightness and contrast in order to limit some shadows or dark spots. These are the masks that are created by labeling each and every photo of a Prague 2 dataset. This is just part of Nusle, but there are many more photos in the whole Prague, and especially Prague 2, which we labeled by hand. By combining this with our MASK RCNN model, we are able to get a precise reading of Prague's parking situation. Here, you can see the images combined with the parking spaces highlighted in white. And here is the output. In each picture, the model searches for known patterns that emerge when a parking space is present. Each visual is then saved back to its folder, or it could be combined with the source image to make the comparison much easier. Keep in mind that in order to cover the whole city of Prague, you would need at least 34,000 of these individual pictures. And the final result. A group of urban analysts or architects can look at this picture and see, at a quick glance, all the places where there could be a parking spot. This could help them immensely, because just by looking at this image, they can see what's the probability of there being a parking spot, and they can put it on a huge map and compare with past data. And what comes now? Well, we could try to improve the project in many ways. For example, we could try to integrate Prague's map documents and other data sources. It would help our machine learning model to understand where there are actual land and buildings that we don't care about.
Just 1 minute.
And how about what comes now? How about we get more satellite images from across the country and compare with cities like Liberec or Brno? Thank you for your attention, and we are ready for your questions.
Thank you very much. Again, time for questions, remarks. I can start. What will be the business model of your solution?
Well, the business model, since we are working with a government agency, the Institute of Municipal Planning and Development, and as I mentioned, we love Prague, for them it's free. But as we are developing this solution, we can talk to other cities and offer them consulting hours and help with implementing our solution in the future.
Okay, and if I just explain me what will you offer to the city, because you are just, for me now is you will just produce the heat map, or is there something else?
Well, it's a heat map based on data preprocessing that could help them, and mainly we are saving their man days, man hours, and helping them create analysis that they could use in future city planning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I ask how much is one man day?
Like in cash or in hours?
Both.
Well, since the Institute of Municipal Planning is a government or Prague-based agency, their pay grade is determined by the table of like the pay grade.
Which is?
Which is for these analysts around 40 to 45,000 crowns. But it also depends if this job would be tasked to an intern in the company, or I mean in the agency, or someone higher up. But as you may know, Prague is extremely busy dealing with other things, so we really think that this solution would help them at least like mitigate some of the time spent on this type of project.
Okay, thank you.
Would you be able automatically to divide between the already set parking places and these wild parking places? Are you able to just calculate that in your solution?
Not in the solution, but if we try to integrate the GIS, the map documents, and all of the data that's available from Prague, we could separate all the individual layers, and there they have already mapped their street line parking, so the blue zones, the purple zones, and then we would have much easier time with our model to only look for these wild areas like places that are just used for parking and nobody really knows about.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And if I am right, team 4 will come in 2 minutes. So, how are your competitors? Are they better than you? No. Budete sám povídat? Jo. Je to všechno zaplý, takže v pohodě. Jo. Je to spousta času.
A dá se vracet?
Jo, někde tady. Okay, welcome back, viewers. Team number 4. Floor is yours.
Thank you. All right. Hello and warm welcome to all of you. I would like to welcome you on our presentation. We are team number 4. We have named ourselves Cool-Off, and our topic is supermarket savings potential, mainly focused on refrigeration and energy savings. Now, please join me and try to imagine that you are head of a large supermarket chain. That's a lot of work and responsibilities. Let's make it a little bit easier. You are a manager of energy for that supermarket chains. Even easier than that, you are manager for energy for a large supermarket chain in Czech Republic only. Now, when you walk the world, you have a lot on your mind. You manage more than 250 supermarket locations. You spend 1 billion crowns a year on energy consumption. 50% of that energy, you know, is consumed by refrigerators alone. So you go along, and it's been a tough year for you because the energy prices have been going up a lot. And everyone around you is trying to find a solution to the same problem as you. Try to find some savings. And with 1 billion spent every year, even 1% savings would be a huge win for you. It would mean millions. But that's not the only thing that concerns you when you walk along. You know that next year there's going to be a change in your, what's it called? in your agreements with your energy supplier, and that you will be charged differently throughout the day. There will be 80 times difference between the lowest and the highest value of energy. You know that ESG reporting is coming soon, and that sometime in the next year you're going to have to report your what's it called? Carbon footprint, thank you. And you know that all of your competition does not wait. You walk along, you see in other supermarkets that they're taking measures, they're trying to invest their way out of this problem, same as you. So, you try to come up with a solution. What can you do? You want to make some decisions that will lead to savings. Best to make data-driven decisions. So you first need to get some data. So you contact your friends at Tanix. Tanix is a system that collects data from sensors. They conduct an experiment for you. In one of your selected locations, they deploy 45 active sensors. These sensors take readings of the temperatures of the refrigerators, the humidity of the air, the temperature of the room, the temperature outside, and some other things. Oh, like open doors, because some of the refrigerators in the storage room have door sensors, so you know for how long they have been opened. And of course, there's alarms, batteries, signals, all that kinds of things. So now you have some data, or you're gonna have them in like 3 weeks. And you know that you have your own analytics team, but they are way too concerned about tampering with the prices so you stay in business. So what do? Strike of luck. There's a group of students looking for data for their project. So your interests meet, you meet up with them, you tell them, I'll give you all this data. And you try to come up with a solution for me. And they are, all right, let's get to work. The measuring will start in 2 weeks. We'll get some data throughout the time, and we will contact you with questions. And they do contact you. They sometimes come back to you with annoying questions, something like, so, you want to know something about your energy consumption. Do you measure the energy of every device you have? And you respond, oh, no, that would be way too technically difficult. I have one electrometer for the whole store, and the coolant is distributed through the main refrigeration unit to most of the cooling devices and the freezing devices too. And the students are not satisfied with that, but okay. And they come back with more questions, you give them your best answers you can, and after some time they come up with with the solution. This is what they came up with. They tell you, all right, we will prepare the data, they download them from Tanix, make some preparations in Kabula, that doesn't need to concern you. Then we will feed them into 2 Python models that will create coefficients that we will feed to a what-if analysis in Power BI. And of course, you want to develop your project further, and you want it to be able to stay alive for some time. So we will create a detailed documentation with all kinds of information and the project will be available for others to work on, or maybe we can work on it in the future. We'll see. So let's take a look how the solution looks like. The very first page is quite basic. This is the information that you already know as the manager. How many coolers you have, how many of them are in the bag, how many of them are in the shop, how many of them are freezers, how many of them are coolers, what kinds of foods are in the different coolers. But this may vary for different shops. So if you want to deploy this solution to the rest of the 250 other shops, you would probably like to know this. And probably the most important information for you as the manager, how many kilowatt hours have you consumed the past week? So you start with this, and then the students tell you, we noticed a weird thing. In one of your freezers, well, two of your freezers, there's this periodical change in temperature. It spikes up and then drops all the way down. And it does this several times a day. Why is that? And you tell them, oh, I know why it is that. Because there's periodical unfreezing happening in the cooler to prevent snow from forming. Because snow really messes up the efficiency of the cooler. So this happens several times a day. So you give them the information when it happens. They put it into the graph. And they notice, oh, well, when it starts with the blue line, why does it spike only a minute after that? And you tell them, oh, I know why, because it needs some time for the snow to melt, actually. And then the temperature in the room rises as well. When that happens, we will drop it back down. And they are, okay. But in the night, there's something happening. There's two spikes and only one unfreezing happening. You tell them, oh, I didn't know that. I'll take a look at that later. What else have you come up with? Well, this is one of the what-if analysis that we are feeding with one of the models into. So let's try to imagine that it's sometime in the afternoon, it's 28 degrees outside, there's 23 degrees on your air conditioning inside, and you know that in the next 15 minutes, the temperature outside will rise by 2 degrees Celsius. So it will be 30 outside. Based on our calculations, that will mean that in the next 15 minutes you will be consuming overall 3.3% more energy than you were before. Different situation. The temperature outside will probably stay the same at 28 degrees, but you decide you want to lower the temperature inside so you will be cooler in your shop. So from 23 degrees you go to 21 degrees. What will happen then? Well, then you will be consuming 0.6% of energy more than you did before. Okay, I see a pattern there, you say. What will happen if the temperature outside increases and I'll let the temperature inside increase as well? Will I save something? Yes, you will. 2.7% increase, which is a little bit better than the 3.3% increase than it was before. You say, great, all right, what else have you come up with? Well, since you don't measure the energy consumption directly from the freezer, we would like to know what sort of influences are on the temperature inside the freezer, because if the temperature goes up, your expenses go up because you need to get the temperature back down again. All right, so let's imagine that the temperature inside the shop will stay at 23 degrees. The temperature outside will be rising by 2 degrees. And you know that in the next 10 minutes you will probably be opening, is it 1 minute already? All right. You will be opening the freezer for about a minute. I'll try to speed it up.
Just a minute.
All right. So we find out that the decrease in temperature, the increase in temperature will be about 0.5 degrees. So the last thing we came up with is this. You see the students talk to you and they say, why do you cool the freezers to -20 when the law tells you need to keep it between -15 and -18? Oh, it's a precaution, you know. We do that so that the temperature doesn't rise way too up. Do you think I can raise it up? When the students tell you, we don't know, you didn't done it yet, so we don't have the data. All right. I think I should stop now. I have a closing speech, but there's no time for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, time for questions, remarks.
Can you make the closing speech?
Can I make? Or
Yes.
Can I make the closing speech? All right. The closing speech was this. Yeah. You ask the students, can I put this through a weather forecast and forecast what will be the weather consumption in the future of like a week or a month ahead? The students tell you, yeah, the models are prepared for that. We can make that happen. You ask them again, can I include oven consumption? Yes, it's possible. And you have 3 more ideas, and the students say, yes, yes, all this can be done. This is a first step for you to prepare for all the things that are on your mind. And then you ask them, will you do that for me? And they say, maybe. Maybe for our diploma. We'll see. Thank you very much.
How do you expect to do business out of this?
Well, the first proposition from them was, we will give you all the data, but please don't tell anyone who we are and try to come up with something good. We did that, and now it's up to us if we will negotiate some business opportunity with them. So we'll see if we want to keep developing this solution. It's up to debate.
Do you have any pricing model in mind?
Just very rough estimates. Just very rough estimates, yes.
And these are?
Well, me and my pretty colleagues, we thought about it and we found out that in the next 6 to 10 months we'll only have weekends free, and weekends are quite expensive. So yeah, we will probably price it by hour, and we'll see if it will be 500 per hour, 1,200 crowns per hour, and we'll see.
Okay, you told rough estimate, so it's okay. Thank you very much. And in the meantime, let me to introduce you my colleague. You know him, Mirek. Half of you have been in touch with Mirek for the whole data project, and we'll be together moderating these sessions. So the next team is up to Mirek.
Thank you, Otto. Enjoy your meeting. The last team before lunchtime is team number 5. So team number 5, start getting ready. In 2 minutes, the stage will be yours.
Just one question, attendance sheet, everyone has signed? Okay, may I get it? Pětka a pak bude udělána pauza na oběd a na kafe.
Mluví.
So thank you. We are Team Emotions, and we welcome you here. So, are you aware that in one day there are sent 10 billions of emojis into the internet, and that 92% of these emojis are sent by online community?
And what more, 70% of people believe that images can express their feelings better than words. But why are we talking about it? Let's introduce a story about Emil and Emma. Emil and Emma are really close friends. They are classmates and they will be finishing their high school very soon, which means they won't see each other so often. Both of them are quite extroverted and emotional people. Because they are close friends, they have similar sense of humor. They often watch on the same video at the same time, and they are chatting about what they are seeing.
Besides watching videos together, they also communicate through the internet. They are sharing posts, photos, their emotions or reactions to other posts, or they are messaging. The social media that they use are owned by big companies, so that means that Emma and Emil aren't the real owners of the data that they share. And the big companies have access to the data for free, and that's what Emma and Emil don't like about that. They would like to share their emotions or data with people they know, sorry, and maybe with people they don't know, but for some reward.
Because we are, as Emil and Emma, we are thinking about the same problem as them. And that problem is how to share our emotions between each other safely without giving any automatic access to big companies. So we have created a brand new service called Emotions. It brings us, or Emil and Emma, possibility to become the real owner of our data, of emotions we would like to share. But how it really works? Emma is watching some video she likes and she would like to share her emotions about the video with Emil. In order to share, she needs only 3 things. She needs internet connection, connected MetaMask wallet into our website, which is called Emotional Wallet, and finally, some device with self-camera. Emma decided she wants to share her emotions about the video with Funny Rabbit. While she is watching the video, her emotions are detected through the front camera. And now, she can choose if she wants to share her emotions with Emil or some video creators. Emma decided she wants to share it with Emil. So now, both of them can see the timeline of Emma's emotions, which were encrypted into the emoticons. There weren't saved any screenshots or video records during while she was watching the video show, so she doesn't need to worry about her privacy.
We have asked young people what they think about our platform. More than 55% of questioned people were interested in what big companies do with the data that the people share.
Also, more than 65% of people would be happy if there will be any possibility how they can share their emotions with friends. Also, 55% of people wouldn't mind to share their emotions with the third side if they will get some financial reward. You may ask how sharing with emotions works.
Emotions use API, which detect emotions, and it is connected to MetaMask, which users use to log in into the platform. If you want to share your detected emotions with someone, you will send them information through a smart contract, which is a safe mediator based on blockchain. And now, who can share it and who receives those emotions? Emoter, the one who is watching the video, can share his emotions with other emoters, who are basically his friends. Or he can share it with some Mquesters, who are the video content creators, and he will get some emo coins in reward. The business model here is very simple. We take a fee from every transaction made between Emoter and MQuester. So now, let's take a look on both Emoters and MQuesters in greater detail.
What emotions bring to Emoters people like us or Emil and Emma, people who want to share their emotions? Emoter get their own real-time data, and they can share with whom they want to share it. They can share it with other friends, or they can share it with some video creators called MQuesters. If they will share it with MQuesters, they will get some Emo coins in reward. Emoters also get the full control over their emotions and data.
For MQuesters, those who want to get the real-time reactions on their videos, it is beneficial so they can improve their content in the future. It is also much faster and cheaper than creating some focus groups or asking people individually about their opinion. We have met with several people from video content industry. As you can see, we managed to talk with 2 influencers from TikTok. They were both quite excited from our service. We also talked to Kobe, who is one of the most followed Czech YouTubers, and he can see emotions used in some big project. Besides influencers, we also visited bigger companies, for example, news reporting Aktuálně.cz, and we also visited Česká televize. It is not necessary to be a direct video creator to use emotions. The platform can be beneficial also to marketing agencies, political parties, or practically anyone who wants to get real-time feedback, on their video.
And this is only the beginning. Emil and Emma are using detection of emotions based on the camera. In the future, there will be possibility how to safely get data from their smartwatches or other devices which are having control over their movement.
And how does it end with Emil and Emma?
Thanks to us for finding them, they can still be as close friends as they were before. They also get some possibility to earn some extra money, which they can use, for example, for traveling with each other.
So don't waste your time and become Emoter too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Truly interesting. So now I'm opening the room for questions, and I will ask probably the jury first.
I can see you are in contact with media. Are you or aren't you concerned about the usage of this? Because media these days prey, in my opinion, at least too much on fear and these things and make it a profit. How you look at this?
Well, we talked about this with a person from Česká televize, which they shouldn't get or use these things in their content because they should be for everybody. As you can, yeah. And it is really not our problem because we are offering some solution for anyone and he can use it as he pleases. For example, if the media who are owned by someone and they want to profit from it, they will use this solution and they will direct it to people they want to.
May I ask, what about establishing some baseline? If you have like emotional people versus somebody who is really tolerant to that, so how do you choose? How do you actually measure that or use that in a way? Because it will be skewing the data or whatever they are watching.
Do you mean like before they are watching the video, or I don't think I understand?
Yes. So one thing is how emotional, in what emotional state they will come to watch. And then start the measuring process. That's one thing. The other one, we are all different, right? Some people are more sensitive, some people are less sensitive. So will you do some sort of an average, or you don't really care if this person is like really sensitive, or how do you establish which part they belong to?
Oh, actually, it's a great question. Thank you. And for the before the video starts and the emotion analysis starts, there will be some kind of attunement of the person of his emotions before the video even starts. So that's the first step of your question. And the second was currently the emotion analysis is all about the front is from the video. But actually, in the future, we want to get those data from smartwatches. So those data they can't really mess up with their faces to analyze those emotions. So currently, we can't really how to say it properly. We can't really say that their emotions are proper or their emotions are in real time in good place. But with those smartwatches data, we can really use those data to quantify the output.
So you can check how they kind of behave normally and then establish from that. And one more question, how much does this, if it's an app, because I still haven't scanned that, so how much does it cost for me as a user, and how much money will I earn?
Okay, so for you as a creator, if you create a shorter videos to 1 minute, so you are probably based on Instagram or TikTok, it will cost you $2. And for the emoter, as the emoter, you will receive $1.5, and 40 cents are used for fees, because we have some transaction fees. And if you are a creator of longer videos, like on YouTube, to 20 minutes, it will cost you like $4. As an emoter, the person who watches the video, you will earn $3.25. And again, there are 60 cents transaction fees.
So in shortage, our business plan is 5% fee in TikTok and 1 minute videos, and for longer videos there will be 4% fee for us, for the transaction.
Okay, and your target market is the world? Yeah. Because you are speaking in dollars, and you said that you check the Czech market, you contacted Czech companies, and you spoke to Czech influencers. Yeah.
That's a great question, but it's on platform Web 3.0, and as Ondra said already, there will be some kind of cryptocurrency that we control. So we have to do some kind of swaps between those coins to dollars or to something that could be tangible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jerry, for your questions. And I will also have one question. So if you imagine that you go to market, you go to world tomorrow with that, so what would be the steps to reach the largest audience? How will you target them? How will you get them excited and subscribe to your platform?
Okay, so as we spoke to the influencers, we thought that the best way is to go to them, and they will spread it in their audience. So they will capture their viewers, and these viewers can then react to their videos, to the influencers, and this is how we thought we could spread.
So a viral spread that they will get excited and then they will spend the word. Okay.
Yep.
It's a huge volume of data you need to process. Have you thought about the limitations you may face if there are 1 million users excited about your platform and they want to use it, make money, so there will be a lot of streaming and processing needed?
Well, yes, you're right. Thank you for the question. We build it on the platform that is scalable. So it's just then, with more money, you get more power for the users. So basically like that.
Okay, I will not dig deeper, but thank you for your answers. Thanks, everyone. Now it's a time for a break. So there is a small lunch at the back. and we need to be back. Well, your other colleagues will be back in 1 hour, so you can stay here, of course. Thank you very much. Thank you. afternoon, everyone. I see Ota is back, so we are about to start in a couple of seconds. The second half of the day, it's a second semifinal, and we have here with the jury 7 teams in front of us, and now I'm inviting on stage team number 6. So the stage is very shortly yours. So looking forward to your presentation.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Peter, and together here with Eva, we would like to present you our web application we developed for Česko Digital. But first, let me tell you what a great event this is. Also great to be part of a competition because everyone in our team is way too competitive. So we are definitely hoping for the finals. But it's not only about the competition, also about celebrating the end of our first year, which was also amazing. So yeah, pretty good to be here. But it's not always good. Sometimes it can be bad, sometimes it can be even worse. And that takes us back to February 2022, when war in Ukraine started. And people had to just run away from their homes because there were bombs literally flying over their heads. And a lot of people wanted to help them, a lot of countries, and Česko Digital wanted to help them too. And they did with one of their projects called UMAPA, which was an app that was displaying the situation at the borders, how busy it was there. So it was not only helpful for the people from Ukraine, but also to other people who wanted to go to the borders, wanted to help, volunteer, so they knew where to go based on the app. And do you know how long does it take for a project like this to get done? Because in Česko Digital, it takes 1 month just to find the people for the positions that are needed for that project. Now, let me introduce you Aneška and Romana, who are responsible for this at Česko Digital at the start of every project. Well, their life used to be pretty hard before they met us. Because the way they used to do it is that they had to go through 6 different Excel files with more than 20 columns each, most of them free text, so you can get how messy that can be. And they had to go through all these files just to get information about one volunteer. And you don't need just one volunteer for a project. On average, you need about 15 volunteers for a project. But it's not only that. They don't need to contact just one person for the position, because they can say they are busy at their work, they are expecting a child. You can think of whatever reason you want to as why they can't be in that project. So Aneška and Romana told us that they need to contact, on average, 8 people for each position. So let's do a quick math here. We have 15 positions. They have to contact, on average, about 8 people. So 120. 120 people, or volunteers, they have to find in those massive Excel files and also contact them via email. And just to give you an example, this is just one of the columns in those Excel files. As you can see, competencies or skills, which is one of the most important information for them. And now, try to imagine filtering using a basic Excel filter in this. And this is just a 1 cell. I just feel sad talking about it. And not only that, Aneška and Romana also told us that due to this process being so time demanding, sometimes they are not able to go through the whole database, which is more than 6,000 volunteers. And they are looking at just volunteers that joined Česko Digital in the last 6-7 months. So it can happen that they might miss someone who is better for that position just because he joined Česko Digital 2 years ago. And now, I'll let Eva tell you more about how easier and faster Anežka and Romana will be doing it now.
Thank you, Peter. So this is the state how we got to the project. And how did we help them? We did a scoring algorithm designed to recommend the best fit volunteers or mentors according to the skill set needed. It is then followed by a nearly automatic mailing system. All this is accessed through a web application. But why waste time talking about this when we have the application already up and running, so I can show you a few snapshots of it. Firstly, we have a login page because of the security. It is followed by a form, which is the most important part of our project. There we can choose from volunteers or mentors. In the second part, we see 3 blank boxes that when filled, that it is inputted into the mailing, into the automatic mailing. And the third part, the skills, that can be added how many skills you want. And it is in the form of skill, seniority, and optionally weight, in times when you want to prefer one skill to the others. When hitting submit, we can see the output. This output can be, we can show more rows, we can see there all the volunteers or mentors with their information, and on the left side, you can see checkboxes. These checkboxes are for the recruiters, that they can check to whom they want to send the email. If I check it and press send email, I see an email that is all ready to be sent. So this is what we did with the hard and long-lasting work of Anežka and Romana. And now you might ask, how did we do that? How does it work? And if it is truly reliable? So let's shed some light on these topics. Our solution is solely cloud-based. It is transparent and scalable, meaning that if needed, it can be easily used by other subjects following the same objective. When you see all those technologies used at the top of the slide, all of that are already an integral part of Česko Digital technology stack. And why did we do that? Because our main goal, besides making Česko Digital recruiting process more efficient, was to develop a solution that has nearly no adoption barriers. And what we did exactly that. And now comes the burning questions of all. How much does it cost? And what do we need now? The answer might surprise you or might not, and it's quite simple. We need nothing. Our solution does not add any additional costs for Česko Digital, nor does it add any needed skill set for Česko Digital workers. Why? Because as I already mentioned, we used only the technologies that are already in their technology stack. And on the other hand, about benefits. There is a bunch of benefits, and there is exactly 250,000 of them, because that's as much as we save each year, and it is growing with the number of projects in Česko Digital. In other words, it is 50% of saved effort of Anežka and Romana, and if you want it other way, it's 100 person days per year. That looks quite good, right? And what do we do now with the project? How do we set it into production? Well, the project is already up and running. We are already helping Česko Digital to be more efficient, to save time, to save money and human labor, which can be utilized in other ways that benefit me, that benefit Peter, and believe me, everyone in this room. Because as Česko Digital says, we are changing Czechia for the better through once and zeros. Thank you for your attention, and please welcome the whole team, Peter, Carolina, and Adrian on stage, and we are happy to answer all of your questions.
So thank you, Team 6. Jury, we have just witnessed incredible presentation, so what are your questions?
Thank you. May I ask, why do we have the semi-automatic or nearly automated generated email? Why do we use in 2023 emails to contact volunteers?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. Anushka and Romana are using Gmail, and they asked us to just make a template, and the 3 parts that are filled in the questionnaire is what they want to write by themselves, specifically based on the position or the project.
That's not answering my question. Why emails?
Oh, sorry?
Email is a preferred way of communication for Česko Digital, and it's one of the only contacts they have with the registered volunteers. So you have a profile of a user, and email is what has to be submitted, and that's what they have like with each volunteer as a form of contact. They also use Slack, but they use Slack for communication when the project is already running, because not all of the volunteers are constantly checking Slack. You have to have it downloaded either on your phone
But
or...
it shows your notification rather than email, right? It can be buried in emails, because sometimes communication with students on emails is quite tricky. So that's why I'm asking. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you for your questions. Another question from jury? No? But so I will have a question. Can you describe a little more about what you did technologically? Because it all sounded like you just exported data, created a smart form. So why is it better? What's great about this, technically great?
So basically we have developed algorithm which employs distance and similarity metrics. So we calculate several metrics with respect to the baseline or the input from the form. And if the user skills are more similar or less distant from the input, the higher score is and better match it is.
And what is the feedback you have received so far from the Česko Digital team?
Great.
No technical issues?
Actually, I just got a message from Gabriela from Česko Digital 20 minutes ago, and she was just suggesting that they would like different columns in the output. But basically, the model and the web application, they are really satisfied with it.
Are there any other organizations like Česko Digital here in Europe which could use this?
Yes, I believe that every country nearly has a non-profit organizations like this. It's just not in our knowledge to map it right now, but also that's what we were talking with Česko Digital, that they are really transparent. They are not taking it as their own, as the secret. So they said that they would be happy to share the knowledge, and because they are doing it for the sake of all of us. So it's not for the profit. So I believe that that would be in their knowledge to share those informations, that there is a possibility to do it like that.
Okay, thank you for your answers. Big applause, please, and get ready.
Thank you.
And let's get slowly ready for the next team, which is team number 10. So 10 seconds to go. Don't be nervous. Stage is yours.
I fucking hate all people who think that Earth is not flat. Like, open your eyes, monkeys, hashtag flat Earth. Hey Marcel, have you ever seen any comment like this one before?
Wow, what is that? I mean, how is it possible that comment like this one is still online? I mean, it makes me wonder if there is any automated solution for moderators to manage their comment section. I see opportunity here, Ivan. I think we can do something about it. And I already have the name. I think we can call it Toxicity Monitor.
Nice, that sounds good. So, what will it do?
What will it do? So, of course, it should help moderators to detect the comment, like you just saw me, and probably give them some sort of context if the comment is in the discussion. What else? Probably give some basic overview of the whole comment section, as well as help with the automation of deleting process of such comment. But there is a small problem. Right now, I don't know how it works.
Well, lucky you. I know Mr. Banga, who is a business owner of IDNES, Discussion Forum, and I know exactly how it works because I spent some time with real-life moderating.
Well, lucky me, so please explain.
Currently at IDNES, there is 10 moderators going through tens of thousands of comments daily. That means they spend several hours every day by just sorting and deciding whether to delete these comments manually.
Okay, I think I understand. So it pretty much works like this, am I right? Well, let's be honest here, that doesn't seem very effective. I mean, think about the costs, the man days we can save, but most importantly, the mental drain it takes on the moderators themselves that need to go through comments like you just saw me every day for a couple hours a day. I mean, it's horrible.
Well, this conversation happened almost 2 months ago. And since then, we have made our solution. And I would like to present it right now to you. We are a team, me, Lukas, Marcel, Ivan, Misha, and Olda. And we made this. First of all, we need a lot of data. Thanks to our application, we are ready to import data and comments and users and articles from different sources, from different discussion forums into our database, where we can run our machine learning algorithms and AI tools to classify the toxic comments and display them on our website, where moderators can save time and easily sort these comments according to their toxicity, and then easily decide whether to delete them or not. Right now in IDNES, they only use filter for banned words, for vulgar words, and comments including these words won't be published at all. And secondly, they have a list of potentially dangerous words, and such comments with these words appear at the top of their table to delete them, but it's, as we said, not very effective. So our solution is better.
And as Lukas said, our solution is better, so let's talk about the benefits. First benefit is speed. We are capable of looking and finding comment like the one Ivan showed us much sooner. Our solution is faster, easier to use, and can be used with over 31 languages thanks to the fact that we incorporated DeepL translator. Of course, we focus mainly on the Czech language because right now there is no model capable of doing so right now. Second benefit, scalability. It really doesn't matter whether your forum has hundreds or thousands of comments, our tool will be able to handle it. In today's age of AI, machine learning, and GPT, I mean, there is no better time to use these resources for projects like this one. Third benefit is cost saving. After some discussions with IDNES, we know that it costs 200,000 crowns every month for them to monitor these discussion threads. We did some calculations and we realized that we can save approximately 20 to 40%. Lastly, but I'd say most importantly, the fourth benefit is making internet safer place. By quickly and reliably identifying toxic comments, we can stop the spread of negative behavior and toxic behavior on the internet, therefore making it safer place. To summarize, our solution is faster, easier to use, it's scalable. I'd say we save quite a bit of money, and as I said, most importantly, it makes internet safer place.
And why are we telling you all this? Well, we need your help. Our solution will not work without financial support, which will be used to expand our application to another level. We would also like to build our own AI model for toxic comments classification. Building application like this one doesn't happen overnight. That brings us to second thing we need, time. You can give us both. Give us your vote, and we will make internet safer place and let comments like this one disappear. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks to the Team 10. And jury, what questions do you have for them?
What would you imagine under we need money?
So we think we need about 500,000 Czech crowns to develop our algorithm that is tailored on Czech language, and it will recognize all the context in Czech language for the toxic comments.
Okay, thank you.
Building on that, may I ask, how do you judge the toxicity score?
So it's according to the model we are using, and it is a number between 0 and 1, which...
So it's based on some sort of experience the people who are doing it now have been using for a while, and you build it on that? Or?
Yes, in the model that is according to data on which the model was trained.
Okay, and why is the range 20 to 40% of savings? Is it like it's kind of double, right? 40 is double, so why is the range so big?
It's just the estimate, so that's why the range is big. We thought that there is now 10 employees. After our solution, there can be only 5. So that's around half the amount of money. So, but our solution costs some amount of money. So we add this, and we arrived at 20 to 40%.
Can the money saved be invested into developing the solution?
Yes, of course.
So based on that, you will need less than 500,000?
Yes, probably.
Do we know?
So the 20 to 40% we save is around 30,000 crowns each month. So after, I don't know, 3 months, it could be less, maybe 100,000 crowns less than 500,000, or for 100,000 crowns.
So you're on a good track, in a way.
Yes.
Well done, thanks.
Thank you. More questions? Who has questions? So then I will have question. Although I have to admit I have some insights, but I would like to describe the technical barrier you faced before you made it work. So what did you have to do to overcome it? And how will you make sure that if you put it in place in IDNES, that they will be able to handle it? Whether they will need someone technically skilled enough to take care of this?
Right now, we are using DeepL, as we mentioned, for translating the comments. DeepL is a really good model and works really good for translations, but there can be some words which can be translated exactly from Czech to English. So our own model will be much better in this.
Yes, also there is much more words how to describe bad things in Czech than in English. So the translation isn't the best option, but it works now.
And if you make this, let's imagine you get the 500,000 Czech crowns and you have your solution live, I don't know, in a month or so. Who else could use it? Are there any other newspapers who could use it? What would be your go-to-market with this?
Yes, of course, there are a lot of newspapers here. For example, Aktuálně.cz, Novinky.cz, and much more.
And we also hope that companies like Meta or Twitter today would use or would like to cooperate with us.
And have you checked whether they are using something like this? Or do they have just manual workforce?
Currently, they have also some models, but I don't know if you ever experienced a situation that you were banned for something that didn't make sense, let's say. You just posted comment with bad words, with anything vulgar, and you were banned. So they are using something, but it's not perfect.
So thanks very much for your answers. Big applause for the team. And who is the next team? Oh, I have it on other paper. Scroll. Jo, už to mám. So now it's team 13. Dobrý, já jsem si to odscrolloval. Nebo si to chceš vyfotit? So now you have to be nervous for one more minute. But I would place a bet that very shortly your nervousness will disappear, because after the first sentences it always goes away. So
Dear professors, dear guests, welcome. My name is Jakub, and together with my colleagues, we would like to introduce you to our project called SureBuddy. Before we start our presentation, we would like to introduce you to Peter. This is Peter, an ordinary man who loves sports and has some extra money on his bedside table that he would like to invest somehow. Maybe like some of you. He's not familiar with any type of investment, and choosing the right one is difficult for him. That's why he focuses on sports betting. However, like 99% of bettors, he's losing money and he's not able to make long-term profit from sports betting. Well, which one of you is similar to Peter? Maybe you. Yes, I'm sure there are many of us. Then you know this very well. Yes, you guessed it right, it's losing ticket. But what if we could find an opposite bet for Peter? For example, whether both teams score a goal. There are only two options. They score or they don't. The right combination of these bets and distribution of deposit make sure profit, because one of these bets is always winning. This is possible, and it's called SureBet. SureBet is a market anomaly that can be exploited through algorithmic betting strategies involving multiple bets by different bookmakers. Sounds great and simple, right?
But it's not. Everything is not as easy as it seems. At 8 betting offices, or like bookmakers in Czech Republic, like Fortuna, Sazka, Tipsport, there are over 1 million unique odds listed at one moment. And only few of them can be sure bets. Another problem is that the odds can change from time to time, and it's important to analyze them very quickly to find sure bet. And that cannot be done by your own hands. This is the reason why we have there for Peter and many others our solution, our service called SureBuddy. We hope that SureBuddy can make Peter rich and happy again. Long story short, we combined two techniques. Odd scraping with data analysis, which together form our solution called SureBuddy.
However, in reality, it's a cycle of several microservices that together form an algorithmic discovery engine. First, we scrape data from bookmakers by crawler, then we store it in a storage, and then the data is moved and transformed using ETL to database. This is followed by mapping the pairs of records and calculation of the SureBet ratio using a simple formula. Values less than 1 are marked as a SureBet. As you can see on our front end, our intention was to show you some found and verified SureBets during the pilot phase, which can be taken as a proof that SureBuddy really works. So, we can say that Peter only needs to choose from the current offer, then use our calculator to set his stake, including calculating the potential sure profit, and after that he has to place the bets with bookmakers on his own. And that's the whole process.
And according to the data that we have from the last 14 days, we get around 5 sure bets every 30 minutes. Also, there's a high chance of having at least 2.5% profit sherbet every day. And so let's calculate if, for example, Peter will place a sherbet of 2.5% every day, then he will make a profit of 110%. So we will have 21,000 Czech crowns at the end of the month. And thus we think that SureBuddy doesn't necessarily have to be only for bettors. It might be also an interesting choice for investors. And also, we were curious. So we made a survey among the people who already used something like SureBuddy in the past. And the results were that around the monthly subscription was around 3,000 to 5,000 Czech crowns, even though at some points there were no sherbets at all, and that lasted even for hours. So we would like to beat that competition. And because of this, our plans to the future are to expand to all of the Czech bookmakers, because now we have the data only from 2 bookmakers, so we would like to have from all 8 in order to make sure that we have the maximum amount of sherbets. Also, we would have to set the subscription price to fit our customers. And also, at the end of September, we would like to release the full version of SureBuddy, and if possible, raise the awareness of SureBuddy and sherbets to not only to bettors, but also outside of that community, and made SureBuddy bigger, and probably even bigger. So, that was SureBuddy, your best buddy for algorithmic betting, and we thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Team 13, and I bet that after you showcase this investment opportunity almost, I bet that the jury will have a couple of challenging questions for you. So,
Who is Peter?
It's an ordinary man, like it can be any of you.
Okay,
Someone who bets on sports.
Okay,
but
how do I know that this opportunity exists if I'm Peter?
We have some groups on Telegram, and they are over like 3,000 people, and they are sharing her bets and their I don't know experiences with betting, and we have access in these groups, so it's possible to.
It will be our starting point to contact this group. I mean these 3,000 people, and then maybe we will expand over this group and to the public.
Yeah, but it's just the first group of our customers we would like to target.
Okay, you were mentioning about expansion in the future, that you are going to be bigger. How do you propose to do that?
Probably with other bookmakers, because.
No, I mean in the term of customers.
Yeah. So we think that people from groups, Telegram groups, can give contact on us to other people from their area of people. I don't know. Yeah,
I think
that.
We want to grow slowly because we don't want to be big overnight. Because Sherbet, when more people bet on Sherbets, there are less Sherbets. So in the beginning, we would like only few people, like a couple of hundreds, and on them test everything, and then we will expand maybe to public, or we will make some ads and so on.
what is your contingency plan? When somebody, let's say, comes to you and start the negotiation with a gun, because you are in a gray area, and this is how the negotiations there are conducted. So what is your contingency plan in this case?
Could you please clarify the question?
Well, this is in a gray area, and you know that.
Yes.
So if somebody comes to you from the bookmakers and tells you with a gun, either you stop or we will kill you, what are you going to do?
Well, I wouldn't go as far as assuming they will come with a gun. It's
Well,
most likely
that could happen.
It's most likely that they would presumably try to sue us. Right?
Nope.
So run away.
So we are assuming the scenario where somebody wants to kill us. Yeah? Well, I personally haven't considered that, so sorry.
Please do.
May I ask, is this an app, if I understand it correctly, right? So is it for free, or do I have to pay something?
The guys mentioned that there is, or there will be, a subscription.
Yeah, but how much? How long? I guess that maybe...
Again, the average subscription we've taken from the surveys was about 3,000 to 5,000 crowns per month. We are considering adding different tiers of subscription because we noticed, or we got another great idea from one of your colleagues, that we possibly could offer an API for some like proper investors, as they mentioned. And that API is probably going to cost more, but in general, the subscription is probably not going to be as high as 3,000 to 5,000 because then again, the competition is priced the same and we want to beat them. So.
And what is your implementation plan? Up till like...
In terms of the subscription?
No, implementation plan generally. I don't know. Are you already running, or was it just a testing?
Yeah,
or
yeah.
when do you want to put it to the market? Or?
For the past month already, we were running in the pilot phase. Last 2 weeks were probably the most stable, where we didn't have to change too much. But then again, we already are only currently working with 2 different bookmakers from Czech Republic. And so our plan is mostly to expand to add all the bookmakers because the scaling is pretty good with our model. So that's going to probably take up a couple of months, 2 to 3 months, yeah?
I meant beyond these, so once you are there.
But then the next logical solution is to expand to Slovak Republic, I think, because the bookmakers there are very similar and language is similar, and essentially the whole system could be, I think, or at least I obviously haven't done too much research into it, but like translating or possibly not even translating is a type of thing I think we could like pretty easily do.
I'm trying to lead you to the fact that contingency plan versus implementation, perhaps potential plan to the future if there is any, or how do you want to get out if you need to get out, etc. Okay? But thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions and thank you for your answers. I still have, because I'm not experienced in betting, so is there any limit? Because 2.5%, nice, 1,000 crowns, well, nice, it's something. What if I want to bet 1 million crowns? So will the agencies allow me to do this type of bet if I'm real risk taker and there is a sure bet? So if I take 1 million, Fortuna 1 million, another, is it possible, or is there a ceiling in this?
No, there is a problem between bettor and bookmaker because you can't bet too much, and if you want, then the bookmaker probably limit you, so you can't.
Maybe you can do it once, but not constantly.
Mm-hmm.
But with, I don't know, like small 10,000 of crowns, I think it's possible.
So I need to bet frequently these amounts so that I generate a profit.
Yeah.
And are you making a profit already?
Yeah, we tried, of course.
Thank you very much. Big applause to the team. And I invite team number 7 to the stage.
Start?
The stage is yours.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Jiří, and together with Barbara, on behalf of number 7, we would like to introduce you our project called Loan Comparator for Young People, which is an updated version of Loan Comparator of Zlatá koruna, who is the partner of our project. We will introduce you the company Zlatá koruna. In the next few minutes, we will introduce you the company Zlatá koruna, current and updated version of Loan Comparator, technical solution, benefits, and future steps. 4 out of 5 Czechs cannot choose most favorable loan. That is a statement from Hospodářské noviny. In today's world, there's plenty of loans available, and it can be quite tough to choose the best one. Therefore, we have decided to create a loan comparator that will enable users to find the best one suited to their needs. Now, I will briefly describe the company Zlatá koruna. Zlatá koruna is a non-profit organization and arranges annually competition of financial products. These products are assessed by Financial Academy, which is composed of almost 400 members. And the best products are awarded either by gold, silver, or a bronze crown. In terms of statistics, there were over 250 entries on the website, but we feel confident that our presentation could increase this number, our project. Here you can see 4 main pillars of our project. The first one is we aim at young people. Second one is the new design. The current one was outdated, so we made it more up-to-date and user-friendly. The third one is personalization. We made our project more personalized, suited to the needs of the client. For example, loans for accommodation, study, cars, or stay abroad. And lastly, AI tools, which is that the users will be able to write what they want, they do text input, what kind of loan, and appropriate loans will appear on the panel. Now let's have a look on the current version of Loan Comparator. As you can see, it's quite outdated, and there is no option for personalization. Also, there's a lot of missing values, which can be really unpleasant for the users. And also, there is irrelevant information in the form of rating of users. And in most cases, the products were rated only by few people and without any comments, so it is irrelevant. And now let's move on to the updated version.
Thank you. So now, where is the upgrade? So as you can see, it seems to be the normal comparator. You can see there the loans, but there is the extra thing. You can choose from the parameters which loan do you want. So you can choose from how much do you want to borrow, what's your net income, or how long can I pay back. And as well, if you see more loans which are suitable for you, you can look on the
this column, ocenění zlaté koruny, and you can see if it was awarded or not. Also, the big extra thing we created is the text engine where you write the loan which you want. For example, I want to borrow 100,000 crowns for holidays, or I want to repay it back 30 months. And then below you can see the list of the most suitable loans. As well, after the validation, we created the repayment schedule, as you can see there. And for the better readability, you can see the pie graph, the pie chart of the interest and the principal. Now, brief overview of the technical solution. So we scrape data from Zlatá koruna and from the bank website. And then the backend of the application is created in Python with the configuration of the parameters, and as well the text editor, the text engine is connected with OpenAI API, and the front end is built on Streamlit. And then you can see how it looks. Maybe a little bit blurry, but it won't be. So, because we finished our application this week, we didn't have time to validate it with. We didn't have time to validate the official application with the respondents, so we offered them our mock-up, and we spoke with 35 respondents aged 18 to 30, and the main contributions were about the graphical visualization, which we improved, as well as the personalization and the loan calendar. The final question was, would you use such tool? And the answer was in 70% of the validators positive. Now I will give word to Jirka.
So in terms of benefits, as it has been already said, our comparator is suited to the needs of the user, and the vast majority of the comparators are not. They require only basic information such as loan amount, installment amount, number of installments, and monthly net income. Furthermore, we improved the design of loan comparator. We made it more up-to-date, user-friendly. We also added frequently asked questions and explain financial terms so that everybody can understand that. Third benefit is that whenever someone is looking at our application, they will be able to see that some products are awarded by Financial Academy Awards, which represents they are one of the best on the market. And lastly, our comparator is independent, whereas some comparators are not. They have contracts with banks so that their products appear at the top of the panel, even though they are far from the best. And now let's move on to the next slide.
So, which future plans does we and Zlatá koruna have with our project? So, firstly, we want to expand this design and this algorithm to other financial products, which Zlatá koruna compares, and as well unify the user interface and enhance the user experience with this. And as I said, it's connected with OpenAI. But OpenAI has a subscription, so there is a question if to create own data to train the model or just to subscribe the OpenAI. And when I talked with the validation group, they told me that they have never heard about such company, even though it's really reliable and good source of information. So we think that this project can be used as a marketing promo for themselves and as well for the rest of the comparator on their website. So thank you for your attention, and we are happy to listen your questions. And we would like to invite the rest of the team on the podium.
So thank you to Team 7. And I will again start with the questions from the jury. So what questions do you have?
Are you going to do business from that?
I would not say business because it's application made for Zlatá koruna. So we spend time for the development of this application, comparison to, and delivered functional application, I would say alpha application. There are some improvements that have been made, but yes, it's not really business case, but we saved time and delivered something that looks much modern and I would say better looking application than is the current state.
If I can add, I would use it as a business for the Zlatá koruna because they can enhance their visitors, they can support. It's a non-profit organization and they need the viewers and they need to be known among the people. So it's more for them. It's not that we are going to build the business from this. It's the project which was delivered by this company, so we did it for this company.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask who were the respondents? You said you had 35 respondents to
There were people around us. Some of them were students, some of them were the workers. So it wasn't only the students, but as well the people who are really, for example, they are after marriage and they are looking for some accommodation, and so they can use this loan comparator to find, for example, a loan for the housing and so on.
I'm asking because like if it's just people who are interested or the one in need, or is it mixed age? Because you said at the beginning, if I understood correctly, that you should be targeting younger generation.
Yeah, I said there were people from 18 to 30. And it was...
And then you said that you save time by doing this. So what do you mean and by saving time for whom?
For them to look for the best loan.
So for the 18 to 30...
Yeah, we didn't want to create a loan for the loan comparator for the whole generations. We just wanted to focus on one, so we picked this one. And then for sure you can expand it on the other generations, but you need to validate it with these groups. But we only validate it with this one. So we call it for young.
Yeah, by how much, how many minutes, what is the time you saved? Because these are young people, they pretty much know how to use the internet, they're really fast with clicking, typing and everything. So what is the benefit you brought?
We didn't count it, how many minutes, but in general, there are so many information that it's quite difficult to get deep into the topic and find really the good one. So this will save their time to browse all the bank websites, and they can just open this application, put their preferences, and they can find the one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the questions from the jury. I have one which is curious about data, because if you have the attention of the visitor, it's very valuable time for any app provider. So what data do you collect about them? Are you storing the data?
Well, this is a really nice question. First of all, most of the data collecting, or most of the regard of collecting data for users would be a question more for the Zlatá koruna than for us. We basically just developed the app. And I mean, of course, we could be saving all of these queries, let's say, to some database, and, I don't know, to make some research, to maybe also be selling it to someone, anonymized, of course, but this is not really at the stage that we would be collecting and saving the queries right now. It's more of like a demo. The app is working right now. It's hosted on some demo server. It can be tried, but it's not really in production. So this would be probably the next step to consider if we can do something with the data that are put in there by the users.
So thank you, Team 7. Big applause. And Team 14. Team 14 gets ready. So the stage is yours.
So, yeah, great. Imagine that you are the financial director of one of the biggest construction companies in the Czech Republic. You manage billions of Czech crowns in revenue every year. You have hundreds of employees under you, and you have tens of contracts running at each moment. Sounds great, doesn't it? Well, there is one tiny little problem. This, what I'm holding right here, is the only tool you have to manage all of your finances. You print out PDF files, and that's all of the information you have about how the company is doing. That doesn't sound so great, does it?
Well, these are just some of the problems that we would like to point out today. And I really want to focus on those papers Sam is holding, because it's not a joke. It's actually the source of information the financial director has to get for every meeting he attends. And those are just for him. Imagine like 4 or 5 people with him at the same meeting. So it's still those papers for every one of them, which leads to the next problem, which is the time you have to spend looking for the exact numbers you want to get from those data sources. You cannot easily compare the projects. You cannot easily find the project with the most negative cash flow. You cannot easily just sort the projects like based on which one is the most profitable one. You really just have those papers, and if you don't like define it good at the beginning, you like spend a lot of time looking for the numbers you want to get. And there's also like a human mistake we would like to point out. It's just an easy example. Maybe you just print out the wrong period of time you want to look at, and then you have to do this whole process again. So we think that this process is pretty rigid and inflexible, and we just thought that we could do something with that. So we were thinking, like, can we make this whole process more efficient? Well, we are standing here, so I think you can guess the answer. And here is the timeline of how we did that.
So we started, obviously, by trying to understand the data. As I've said before, they have some PDF exports at the moment, but they were not even sure how some of the metrics are calculated in those exports. So we had to understand all the metrics, all the stuff. Then we imported the data into data warehouses. We have some architecture, not really important. What is important is that we did a lot of analyzing on top of this data. We tried to understand how the business is looking, what the cash flow is, what the future is going to be like, where are the possible problems. Like some projects, for example, can be in a profit from the accounting standpoint, but have negative cash flow. And that's a big problem for the financial directors that really want to focus on that. So we tried to build reports and the whole infrastructure around trying to help them solve all of those problems.
Speaking about reporting, those are 2 out of the 4 final dashboards we created. And I would like to talk a bit about the benefits that the company can get from those. As simple as this may sound, is the access to all of the data at any time, which was not really possible before, like only through looking at those papers or PDFs. They can easily filter all of their data by time, look at the historical data. They can also filter it by the stage of the project. They can also find data on each division they have. They can easily now compare those projects, filter those, sort those, and the smaller dashboard is detail of the project. Like if you would look up for this in those papers, you would just have to find 4 rows and then like sum it up, and then you would have the result. Now they can just click and have it immediately. And you can also now forget all of those paper stuff. I hope so. Now, I think the last question of our presentation is
we did our best, but is the solution perfect? And may or may not be this surprising. The answer is no. But we still think that even though it's not perfect, it was successful. And there are two reasons for that. The company is now actually really interested in business intelligence in general, which is like a really big shift from the beginning when they knew really little to nothing about it. And now they really want to switch this process to become more data-driven company, which we think is a big success. And that leads me to the second reason, which is the integration or implementation. We are discussing two ways of doing that. The first one is just integrating our solution, which would work pretty good for the C-level management at this moment. And the next step would be probably to build like their own whole new data warehouse with more data sources and like the bigger use for the whole company. So not perfect, but still I think was successful.
So in conclusion, we came into a company that had a lot of data, but did not really have a way how to work with them. And we got them from the paper-based model that they used before to a digital solution that saves a lot of paper, saves a lot of time, and makes the whole company more agile and ready for the future. Thank you.
So that was the presentation from Team 14. Thank you. Jury, what are your questions?
Do you have some connectors, for example, for SAP or something like that? Or what is the source system for your reporting?
They have some ERP from Oracle that they are using at the moment. So we are getting the data through CSV files and importing them into a data warehouse running on SQL.
Okay, and did you create your own data model in a data warehouse, or you use some your own model? Okay.
We use the information we got from the management, like they had quite an extensive accounting book that we used to model the data a little bit, but we had to do a lot of adjustments to be able to fit all of it.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned saving a lot of paper. What does that mean?
The rough estimate is that they need to print for each manager each month at least 100 pages. So the rough estimate for the whole company for the year is at around 12,000 pages of paper that not only needs to be printed but also stored properly and disposed of properly. So they have to pay a company to destroy the paper professionally because it's very sensitive information. It's all the accounting information of the whole company.
So what does it mean in money?
That's a great question. We did not get that answer from them.
If you get to the final, please have the answer. And one more question. What was the feedback you got when you presented this to the user or the manager?
For the report that we already have for the reporting layer, the feedback was great. They loved it. They are working with it right now. They are using it, testing it. But as Andrea have said, this is a very small part of the whole company. It's not possible to do the whole company in such a small time. So for them, this is more of a trial run to see what is possible to do with like business intelligence and reporting. And now they will decide whether they want to implement more of it or not. And the important part is that they are looking into it. They started asking the important questions. They finally realized in like the last few meetings that they could have like visualization and some more calculations and stuff. So I think we were able to shift the mentality into like the modern.
Would you be willing to continue with the project?
I think so, yeah.
And what benefits did the project bring to you as a team?
I think that we finally did all of the stuff we are taught in school in real life for a real company, which was interesting to put it all together in one project in really limited time scope. And also those meetings were not every time nice, I would say. I still remember the first one when we came there and told them what we want to do with their data, and they were like, oh, wow, if you think you can do that, do that. But the last one was really nice. They finally understood everything that is possible and actually wanted to get more and more. So they were asking questions like, please, can you add this and this and this? So I think experiencing this process in real life was nice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It makes me always wonder, because you have maybe stolen the opportunity to their main IT provider, to the ERP vendor, and it makes me wonder why ERP vendors don't care about how companies use their system, and then they need to invite some other company. So what have you discussed with the management what they have tried before they allowed you to show there is a value?
I believe that Oracle definitely has for other ERP systems like reporting solutions and stuff. The problem with this one is that it's from the turn of the millennia. It's they bought it in 2003 and they are still using it. So no one really cares about systems from 2003. So that's why they have to build custom-made solution just for this.
And have they thought about replacing the old system already, or?
They never talked about that. I think they have so much data stored in it that it would just be such a big task to do that they are not really thinking about that.
Okay. More questions? Thank you very much. Big applause. And I will ask team number 8 to get ready. So let's get started.
$1,284. Do you know what that number stands for? Well,
is the approximate distance from Frankfurt to Barcelona. Or it's the price for 18 tequila shots. But that's not the area we want to talk about today. It's the average number of VŠE Erasmus students who applies for Erasmus each year. And in cooperation with International Office, we have decided to make their process of Erasmus university selection much more pleasant and easier.
This is Bob. Bob is an ordinary student of the University of Economics and Business in Prague who has heard from his friends that Erasmus is a great experience and opportunity. So he decides that he wants to go study abroad as well. But the first question it comes to his mind is, how can I do it?
Well, in the beginning, the process of selecting universities looked like this. This is the paper brochure which was printed for each student. Fortunately, now it's history. But let's take a look how the current solution looks like. It all starts with SharePoint, where you can find a list of universities. But Bob doesn't want to underestimate this process. So he wants to gather as much information as possible. And in order to do that, he is forced to go through these additional sources. University detail, general conditions, cost of living, data about healthcare and safety, university or local highlights, and finally, references to coordinators and reviews. Well, as you can see, it wasn't as easy as he previously thought. It cost him some nerves and gray hairs. As you can see, he is pretty angry.
Bob had to face with these crucial problems. Fragmentation of data, which causes a lot of time consuming and the user discomfort. Based on a faculty research, there are almost 66% of students who aren't satisfied with the current solution of Erasmus university selection.
Just like us. Because the most of us went through this process as well. And based on these facts, we were motivated to come up with a change. And that's why we have created VŠE Erasmus Picker. Let me briefly introduce you our solution. We have gathered all the important information into one place. With help of intuitive interface, students can gain information about key steps and milestones in their selection process at first. Then, and mainly, we provide an easy opportunity to select a university, where students can take into account cost of living, health index, and safety index as well. There are two main criteria, and it's study criteria and geological criteria, and students can easily select university based on their own possibilities and preferences. Of course, students can view university in details with main characteristics, such as university highlights, available spots, and special requirements. We also didn't forget to provide important references to university website, coordinators' contacts, and student reviews.
Do you see how Bob is smiling now? How happy he is? It's because he could use our Erasmus Picker.
For better understanding, let's dive into a little bit of architecture which powers Erasmus Picker.
We went through three major phases. The initial phase involved gathering data from various sources. The primary source was SharePoint, which was supplemented with data from Excel spreadsheets and the data retrieved from the Number API. Next, we uploaded the data into Kebula. This step allowed us to transform the data into the desired format. Once the data was in the right form, we focused on developing a final interface in Power BI.
And to summarize current situation, it's necessary to say that
the Erasmus Picker was made in the cooperation of the International Office on a weekly basis. Solution also went through testing with real students of the University of Economics and Business in Prague. We released the Erasmus Picker on the 26th of June, and it was released also on the website and social sites of the university. And the first planned interaction of the students is planned to the next week, when the bachelor's degree students will have the period of the applications.
Now, and finally, let's find out together what are the key benefits of the Erasmus Picker. First of all, we benefit from time reduction. Generally, there is a reduction from hours to minutes. To be concrete, we talk about 10 minutes on average based on user testing. We could manage to unify all the relevant sources into only a single one. Erasmus Picker is powered by modern and leading technologies such as Kebula and Power BI. We have also managed to make a deal with Number API to gain free licensing for getting world data, and also Kebula supports our project. Erasmus Picker is fully accessible to anyone, so it can be nicely used in university presentations and advertisements, with focus not only to the general public, but also on high school students seeking Erasmus opportunities. Overall, it supports the VŠE University as the leader in the field of foreign programs. Our solution is undoubtedly in line with VŠE strategy. It's especially a pillar of internationalization with specific goals in student mobilities and global competencies.
And what about the future of the Erasmus Picker? Is the future bright or not? Firstly, we have to do the evaluation of the Erasmus Picker for now. We know that the reactions from students are positive. Secondly, we have to do the maintenance plan with the University of Economics and Business in Prague, and also do the handover with the International Office. The next plan is the expansion to other Czech universities, because they do not have any similar solutions, and in most ways they use the PDF files with list of schools. And if it will be good, we probably do the expanding to the high schools.
We would really like to express our gratitude for the opportunity to stand here. It was such a great time creating Erasmus Picker. And we are grateful that we can pay something back to VŠE, which invests a lot in us. And without this investment, we wouldn't be here. Ladies and gentlemen, VŠE Erasmus Picker, from students to students.
Big thanks to teammate. Thank you for the kind words. Jury, what are your questions? It's not a business project. But...
Thank you for presenting this. I understand that it is not a business project, but you said that you are interested in perhaps implementing it to other universities or perhaps even high schools. Any thoughts on the business plan there?
At first, we need to get feedback on this solution at VŠE, so we should wait a little bit for some maybe changes and improvements, and then we would like to come up with a plan how to negotiate with another universities and talk about it.
Do you have any time units with your implementation plan? Because it was saying like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess. So is there any time specification?
We do not have right now how the solution is for the university. Some universities use only PDF files, some universities use a bit of SharePoints or something like this. And I think that it's the main point, how to choose the right time of it.
I mean, if you go back to your slide.
Yeah, sorry. You think how much does it take per student?
No, if it was saying implementation plan and you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is it months, is it years, is there
months.
any time unit?
It's months, maybe
Okay.
2 months, I think.
Do you have any plans that perhaps this could be also used for teachers to select their Erasmus program? Looks like no.
Could you please clarify your question? I didn't
The
catch
same
it.
way as students are picking the Erasmus programs, teachers can also go for Erasmus to different universities, teach there, do their research there, etc. So do you have any plans that perhaps you could update this, upgrade this to a version for teachers as well? Virtual teachers, let's say.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Right now, we think only 2 students, especially, but in future it all proves successful in this field of students. We can think about also on teachers, but this situation only for students.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm taking a note that you forgot about teachers. No. My question is again back to sustainability, like because it's data-related projects and data always go wrong in certain moments. So, and you have here the handover mentioned. So, but you also mentioned that you negotiated something with Numbeo, that you have it free of charge right now. What will happen? For how long do you have it free of charge? And what will happen next? And what those who will take it over, will they know what to do?
I'd start that we've tried to implement sustainability when it comes to tests. So when some data go wrong, we get a notification and we can fix it. Also, we've been thinking that when we hand over the project, we will provide a support along as much as we are students. So we prefer to hand it over, and then if there are any questions, we will support the solution. And when it comes to Numbeo API, we've gained the access for 3 months for 3 years. And so also we've left a note of the exact date when we were provided the Numbeo API, and we were thinking that we will contact them again once the API gets away the access.
Okay, thank you. More questions from the audience? Thank you very much. And it looks we have last team, which will be team number 12. So get ready. And the stage is yours in a couple of seconds.
Hello everyone. As a Team 12, we want to introduce you our web application called Yamik. Have you ever had problems understanding menu in a restaurant? For example, imagine that you or your friends, relatives have arrived in another country and you don't know the local language at all. You go to the restaurant, but their menu is written in this unfamiliar, unclear language and has like dozens of sheets. What would you do? What would you do? Would you just call the waiter? And what if the waiter doesn't speak your language or doesn't speak English? What if the waiter is simply just busy serving other clients like you? Or what if you are just shy or insecure to raise your hand and ask someone in different language? Would you just randomly pick one of the first dishes that you come across in the menu? And what if you just don't like the food or you have an allergy? Are you less likely to visit that restaurant again? That's why we have conducted a survey among the tourists from different countries, which showed that 49% of people struggle with menu in different language. Among the problems they noted long texts, complex menus with so many lists they need to go through in order to orient themselves, lack of translation, lack of ingredients and pictures. Also, 70% of people prefer using digital menu over interacting with staff. And 90% of people mention that they have no problem or even like using digital menu like QR code.
We have developed the following solution. Yamik is a web service that allows restaurants to generate QR code for their menus. Customers will only need to scan the QR code with their phones in order to get personalized menu. Next. This is how it looks like for users. Firstly, users should choose the language. After, fill registration form, fill their preferences and allergens in order to get their personalized menu, which makes it easier to choose food. It might be interesting for users that they can give likes or dislikes to food, but that's definitely useful for us to make our recommendations better and better. What about benefits for users? Well, translation of menu in required language, description of ingredients, food recommendations based on their preferences, and no need to download app. What about restaurants? How work with them looks like? Well, they send us a completed menu in our Excel template. After, we're already engaged in the processing, so restaurant just received the final QR code, which can be located on the table. But what about benefits for restaurants? Decline the wait time to decline wait time explaining the menu to customers. Decline the outflow of foreigners who leave restaurants because of misunderstanding with menu. Increase customer satisfaction and saving money and time to update unprinted menu. All these facts are already confirmed by other firms who already implemented the similar solution in their business.
Our application has two main parts, the backend and the front end. The backend is built in Python with FastAPI framework, which handles whole data processing and interacts with other components like machine learning and the database. The front end is developed with Angular, providing a user-friendly interface. After development, each component of our solution is packaged into Docker containers, and this approach means that deployment will be easy across different environments. For deployment, we use Azure services, and the main service is App Service, which allows us to host our application with high availability and automated management without the need for infrastructure maintenance. Also, Azure will scale our application based on demand.
Let's take a look at estimated costs and income. The income would consist of monthly payments by subscription of $20 for each restaurant. The main expenses are for Azure services, advertisement, and salaries. Having considered all the expenses, we can say that the break-even point is at the presence of about 600 companies, which could be achieved in approximately 9 months. Also, at the same time, as the number of customers will go up, the expenses won't really, because the whole work processes occur automatically and works as some sort of self-service where any restaurant can set up their own digital menu completely by themselves. And our current Azure solution, memory and functionalities should be able to handle at least 1,000 customers. Here we have calculated accumulative values. We will make profit in the 10 months, considering that all initial investments are returned. As you can see, Yamik, comparing to other competitors, is still fairly cheap and most importantly, is easy to use both by restaurants and their clients because first, it doesn't require downloading any additional mobile app. It reorders the food, so it makes choosing much faster and simpler for the clients. And it does not require for restaurant to contact us in order to make their own digital menu within few minutes. Also, we have already some restaurants which were interested into our service, considering that we would finish the product, polish, and make it production ready. And as a part of the feedback, we also had this idea of additional function where we would include additional offers to food dishes, which would work as basically upselling, which would not only increase the billing in a restaurant, but would also further help the customers in choosing their food. For example, if you choose food you don't nothing about, you wish you know which drink or side dish is the best with this type of food. Yamik, try it by yourself.
Thank you. Just got hungry. And as you are the last team at this part, I will open now the floor for the last questions. And then after the questions and answers, I will share with all of you also the next steps, so please don't leave yet. So what questions does the jury have?
Thank you. May I ask, how many restaurants have menu only in one language? And yes, the question is very general.
Well, most restaurants have like one or like maximum 3 languages, which is like Czech, English, Deutsch.
So where is your target market? Is it in the Czech Republic? Is it for all?
Well, we have been visiting few restaurants and we've seen some pattern that, for example, when you go to just some pub, they don't really like interested. They look at this like, what is this? But if you go somewhere more luxurious, like hotels have so many foreign people, and when we present our idea, they look really differently. They see the opportunity, and we could we could see that they are just much more interested. So our target would be mostly these hotels, which have really like so many people from different countries.
And quite likely menus in at least 3 languages or more.
Can you repeat it?
How big is your market? Because if you put this out there and you want to make it as a business, right? So how many hotels or whoever you are targeting you expect to sign up in what time unit in a way?
Do you mean like what languages do we support?
No. How many customers will you have?
Well, if you're talking about the clients visiting the restaurant.
No, I'm talking about your clients, because you said that you are sending it to, if you put few slides back, it was saying that it is, I think, where was it? $20 per month.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, and you were saying for the restaurants, you were saying that you need 600 free restaurants to sign up to reach break-even. Mm-hmm. So these 600 free restaurants, where are they from? Are they Czech restaurants? Are you all over the world? And what is the whole portion of the market you can target those who are really interested in translating into more languages than they have already?
Well, it could be basically any restaurant, not only here in Prague, but the whole Czech Republic. And the benefit is that they can set it up by themselves. We don't need to go to them and look their internal systems and connect it. They just put their food independently and use it. So we can aim at different restaurants. Even we can just go into the. You can even like.
It sounds that you don't know what the market size is. That was my question. That's it. Thank you.
How are you going to maintain the market size of hundreds restaurants with someone who's got wages $2,000?
Well, it's basically mostly support, right? When there is some technical issues or something, that we provide support. But the whole service, as I said, is mostly self-service. They maintain the menu. And when they upload the menu, all the code will basically automatically transform it, put it into the database, translate, and everything. So we don't need people for that to do this manually.
Yes, but you need someone for the support. And with 600 restaurants, that's quite extensive, don't you think?
Yeah, so that's why we have only people for supporting.
Yes, and how many people is going to be that?
Well, it depends. As we get more and more customers, we can just add more. I mean, now we are just 5-member team. So as we get more and more customers, we can think about another ways how.
And to those 5 members, you are going to pay $2,000 only.
Can you repeat the question?
To those 5 members, you are going to pay only $2,000.
Yes, because.
Okay, good enough.
And I have also a question. When you visited the restaurants, have you noticed that they have also this, you can use it for payments, QR code, which is on the table, sticked on the table?
Yes. There are competitors like that, but none of them offers personalization. Basically, any customer who just goes and scans it, everyone sees the same page. Like, it's not personalized. They don't see the food they like on the first place, and they don't see it in their own language. So we want to make it just more personalized, and we haven't seen it anywhere yet.
Okay, thank you very much. Applause for the Team 12. So what's coming next? We will regroup here with all of you. Let's say 10 minutes. Well, at 5 we are starting the final. Now we will sit down with the jury. We will do some calculations with Ota. and the team. And what will you not know when you come here? You will not know, no one will know it other than me and Ota, who is part of the final. So we will be calling you on stage. So all of you should be ready to repeat, to show us your project one more again. But only 5 teams will do that again, live on stage.
Yeah, we'll have a larger jury. Some of the jury members have been watching you over the stream. Some of the jury members are already here asking the questions, so they can ask another questions, not the same ones. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see you at 5 p.m. Just enjoy, take a fresh breath, because it has been a long, long afternoon, and slightly longer evening is waiting for us. But in the end, as I wrote to you, there will be a sort of after party here. So I hope we will enjoy that. My last question is, do we have a attendance list? Who has it? Yeah, everyone has signed that? Okay, come here and sign it, please. So, thank you very much. See you at 5. Afternoon, everyone. Please take your seats. So again, good afternoon. My name is Ota Novotný.
And my name is Mirek Umlauf.
And we both will be guiding you through the Data Project Challenge 2023. It's your challenge and your project. We have spent 2.5 or 3 months together. And today is the evening when the best 5 selected projects will be presented. It doesn't mean that the rest of 10 are not the best ones. They are also very good, but they didn't make it to the final. But it happens. This is the way how it goes. So, now to the organization of this evening, when in the end, there will be a prize of 40,000 crowns for the winning team. We'll start with the introduction of our jury. Then I will handle the word to Mirek, who will guide you through the team presentations. Then we'll have a jury some time just to sit down and talk together about their judgment. And then we will present you the winner. It's easy, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Yeah. Okay, so just to start, in order not to prolong that, let me introduce our jury. First is Ivana Šedivá. Ivanka, nowadays, I try to summarize what you are doing, but there would be a full page of that. And you are the mentor, marketing expert, and I say corporate background. And I'm very glad that you are helping us with the data project and other things at the university. Thank you very much. Then we have Ondra Fatka. It's a Lundegard. Did I tell you good? Company Lundegard. And I am very glad that Ondra, who is one of our most active MBA students, now MBA graduates, has taken part in our jury. Thank you very much. Then we have Martin Potančok, representing Voice of the University of Economics and Business Prague. And you know Martin. We had an opportunity to talk to him. I think, did you assign 4 grades to some of these students, or everyone has passed? Everyone. Okay, then you could be in a jury. Okay. Then Honza Řehák. You have met Honza in the beginning as one of the dragons, and I think today he made the same role in the semifinals. And Honza is a negotiator, it's primary role, and then of course the presentation and negotiation contest judge. So yeah, you are here, you are right. Thank you for helping us. Okay. Then Hanna Šnáblová. Hanka, we have met via service design, and then Hanka is helping us with the IT and entrepreneurship, and again with the judging. Thank you very much for coming and for adding your part to that class. Very good. Kuba Vancel. Kuba Vancel represents here the Škoda Auto, one of the partners of our challenge. And Kuba is our, again, one of the first MBA students of data analytics and business. And he's specializing in manufacturing or production analytics. This is right? Yeah. Thank you very much. Then we have a Peter Fabera. Data analytics of ČSOB, one of our other partners. Thank you for being here with us. And you are financial analyst, data analyst, everything analyst. Responsible for a large team in ČSOB. Thank you for coming. Then we have a Jarda Břešťan. Jarda works for Siemens and he's a head of digital business. Siemens is one of our partners and Jarda is one of our former, it's the last 2 weeks ago, former MBA student, now MBA graduate. So thank you for coming. And last but not least, Vojta Tuma. CTO of Kebula. And he asked me whether he could be in a jury, whether he will be biased. We will see. So, these are our jury members, and they are looking forward to the selected project. We have assigned the random order to the project, so do not count that we start with the low numbers going up or something like that. It's a random selection, random decision, and it's we're expert. The floor is yours, and you can invite the first team.
Thank you, Otto. Yes, it is truly random. So, esteemed jury, let me first welcome the team number 6.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Again. My name is Peter, and together here with Eva, we would like to present you our web application we developed for Česko Digital, which is a non-profit organization that specializes in IT projects. But first, again, well, we made it to the finals, which is great, but hopefully, in an hour or two, we'll be the one celebrating the win of this competition. But it's not only about the competition, also celebrating the end of our first year, which was pretty amazing. So yeah, pretty great day. However, if we go back to the real world and also talk about some unpleasant stories, then we can go back to February 2022, when the war in Ukraine started, and the people just had to run away from their homes. A lot of people wanted to help them, a lot of countries, and Česko Digital wanted to help them too. And they did with one of the projects called UMAPA. I already mentioned in the semifinals that the app was displaying the situation at the borders, how busy they are. What I didn't tell you is that the app evolved later, and now it serves as a basic guide or info map in every Czech city for people from Ukraine, and they can find information about doctors, education, psychological need if they need some, and so on. You can download the app after our presentation and look at it yourself. But how long do you think a project like this takes to get it done? Because at Česko Digital, it takes 1 month just to find the correct people for the position that are needed for that specific project. Let me introduce you again
Anishka and Romana, whose lives were pretty hard before they met us. Because the way they used to do the selection of the volunteers is that they had to go through 6 different Excel files, which have more than 20 columns, most of them free text, pretty messy, just to get information about one volunteer. And you don't need just one volunteer for a project. On average, you need about 15 of them. Not only that, also, every volunteer they contact is sometimes not available for whatever reason you can think of. They are busy at their work. They are at a holiday or something, whatever you can think of. So also Anishka and Romana told us that on average, it takes to contact around 8 people for each position. Therefore, if we multiply these 2 numbers together, we have 120 volunteers that Anishka and Romana need to find in those messy Excel files and also contact them, for example, via email. Furthermore, Anishka and Romana told us that just because this process is so much time demanding, they are sometimes not able to go through the whole database of over 6,000 volunteers, which is a lot. So sometimes they are looking at volunteers that joined Česko Digital in the last 6 or 7 months. And finally, just to give you an idea, this is one of the one of the columns in those Excel files. And now try to imagine using a basic Excel filter. And this is just one cell. Pretty horrible. So now I'll let Eva tell you more about how their process is much faster and much easier.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, so this is the state of their work when we took on the process on ourselves. What we did is that we developed a scoring algorithm that recommends the best fit volunteers or mentors from the whole database based on the inputted skills, the needed ones. And this process is followed by a nearly automatic mailing system. All of this is accessed through a web application. But why waste time describing the solution when we have it already up and running? And I can show you a few snapshots of that. So firstly, we have a login page for the security, and that is followed by the most important part of the web application or the whole solution itself. It's the form. Here we can choose from if we want to filter through volunteers or mentors. It is followed by the second part in the middle, which is 3 blank boxes that are waiting for the recruiter to input specific strings or text that then will be a part of the automatic mail template. And the last part, the skills, there the recruiter can input specific skills with needed seniority and also optionally wait for the possibility to prefer one skill to the others. When hitting submit, we get the output. In the output, we can see the volunteers, we can expand the output, and we see the score and some additional columns about each volunteer. On the left side, you can see the opportunity to check checkboxes. When you check the people, you send an automatic email to them. So when you hit send, you see the same people, their mailing address in the hidden copy, and you see the template of an email that is already ready to be sent, but still open for the possibility to be adjusted by the recruiters, just the way they wanted us to do it. It looks pretty simple, right? Compared to the way it was before. We saved a bunch of times through doing this. But now you may come to the question, how does it work? And if it is truly that reliable. Let's shed some light to that. Our solution is solely cloud-based. It is transparent and scalable, meaning that if needed, it can be applied to other subjects following the same objective. When talking about the technologies used, you can see them at the top of the slide. They are all already an integral part of Česko Digital technology stack. And why? Because our main goal, besides wanting to build a solution that makes Česko Digital recruiting process more efficient, we wanted to make a solution such that it has no adoption barriers at all. So it's easy to use by Česko Digital and maintain it. And that's exactly what we did. And now comes the time for the burning questions of all. How much does it cost and what do we need? The answer might surprise you, or some of you not, and it's quite simple. It costs nothing. All the technologies we use are already an integral part of Česko Digital technology stack, meaning that we do not broaden the needed skills inside Česko Digital, and they can maintain it as it is. And also, our solution does not add any additional costs to Česko Digital in monetary terms. It's thanks to the computational efficiency of our solution and also some non-profit free credits. On the other hand, we have a bunch of benefits. To be precise, we have 250,000 of them, because that's how much of crowns we save each year, growing with the number of projects. In other words, we save 50% of effort of Agnieszka and Romana, or if you want to hear it other ways, we save 100 person days per year. This looks quite good. And now the last question. What do we do now? What do we need? Well, our solution, as you see it now, is already up and running. We are already helping Česko Digital to be more effective, to save money and human labor, to be utilized in other ways that benefit me and Peter, and believe me, everyone in this room. Because as Česko Digital says, we are changing Czechia for the better through ones and zeros. Thank you for your attention, and please welcome my team on the stage, Peter, Karolina, and Adrian, and we are happy to answer all of your questions.
Thank you, Team 6. And now I invite our jury to ask the questions, and I'm looking forward to your answers. So, who is first from the jury?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. It was really nice. I would like to ask about the maintenance cost. You said that there is zero costs, but what about the maintenance?
Yeah, the maintenance is pretty simple, and in Česko Digital they already have some projects running on the technology we used in our project. So mainly it's set as they don't need to touch it, even though they can, because it's not a black box. We are not building some ML solution that they would not be able to maintain it. So they are fully trained in how to do that, and the people who are already employed in Česko Digital, they have the capacity to maintain it.
And they are working like cashless?
No. They are working in Česko Digital.
There is some costs, some human costs.
Yeah, but some minimal, like marginal costs on the way they do things right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Very interesting presentation, thank you. I would like to ask you about the prerequisite of that. Are you thinking about implementing something like that to help the volunteers maybe to input their data into the system in a way which would be beneficial, or which would enable Česko Digital to manage it even more in a more fast way or more efficient way?
The way it is right now, when you are becoming a volunteer or mentor in Česko Digital, you get a form and there you fill the skills. That's the part we saw in one of the first slides, that you are the manager of your own skills. So you can change it as a volunteer. And as it was before, Česko Digital kind of counted on that the volunteers would reach out themselves. But to be honest, majority of the volunteers are like experts in IT that do not have the time to watch through the Česko Digital new projects. So we wanted to build a solution that the projects would come to them easily. So that's the main point of building such a solution.
Is there a possibility that you manage the workload, basically that you do not double assign the person based on the matching skills, for instance?
Yeah, of course. If we can go back already to the output, there is already a one column that says aktuálně na projektu.
I can see. Thank you very much.
May you move to the next slide, please, with the email? So does it automatically input all the email addresses? Oh yeah, now I see it's BCC. Okay, my question was about GDPR. Good.
Yeah.
Can I ask about how do you plan to expand the basic database? Because your value depends on from how much volunteers I can choose the right one.
Well, the database, as I already mentioned, the database is managed by Česko Digital, and according to the GDPR, we are not making our local copies like permanently. It is changing with the change of the original source Česko Digital database, and they are managing the database. So it's dynamic. It changes over time. People can delete themselves or add themselves. So it's like it answers the question how we are managing it. It's automatic from the Česko Digital databases.
Thank you. I have a question. So thank you for your presentation. Can you please show me the slides with the benefits? Because my question would be directed right there. So could you please tell me like how exactly you calculated those 100 person days and the costs of this? Or I guess this is like the benefits in terms of they save this money, or how this was calculated. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. That's how much they save. We took the number of projects they did in 2022 and then multiply it with how many hours this used to take them, as they told us, and also with an average salary for some kind of HR recruiter.
So thanks for a great presentation. I really like it. I'm really glad that you choose Česko Digital as your project. I'm also one of the volunteers there, and I hope the rest of the room will join afterwards. As far as you have been doing the volunteer work for the Česko Digital, are you willing to continue? Like, have you one of those who can be email sent to, registered, and you will continue?
Yes, all of us are registered there.
Okay, so let's keep it. We will make the change.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
So what other questions has our expert jury have? No more questions? Okay, with this I will thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I will slowly announce, while you are receiving an applause you deserve. So, guess who is the next team? I will invite now team number 13 to go on stage. And the stage is yours.
Dear jury, dear guests, welcome once again.
My name's Jakub, and together with my team, we would like to present you our data project called SureBuddy. Before we start our presentation, we would like to introduce you to Peter. This is Peter, an ordinary man who loves sports and has some extra money on his bedside table that he would like to invest somehow, maybe like some of you. He's not familiar with any type of investment, and choosing the right one is difficult for him. That's why he focuses on sports betting. However, like 99% of bettors, he's unable to make long-term profit from sports betting. Well, can I ask you, which one of you is similar to Peter? I'm sure there are many of us. Then you know this very well. Yes, you guessed it right, it's losing ticket. But what if we could find an opposite bet for Peter and for you? For example, whether both teams score a goal. There are only two options. They score or they don't. The right combination of these bets and distribution of deposit makes sure profit, because one of these bets is always winning. This is possible, and it's called SureBet. SureBet is a market anomaly that can be exploited through algorithmic betting strategies involving multiple bets by different bookmakers. That sounds great and simple, right?
But it's not. Everything is not as easy as it seems. At 8 betting companies in Czech Republic, like Fortuna, Tipsport, Sazkabet, there are over 1 million unique odds listed at one moment, and only few of them can be SureBet. Another problem is that the odds can change from time to time, and it's very important to analyze them very quickly to find some SureBet. And that cannot be done by your own hands. This is the reason why we have therefore Peter and many others our solution, our service called SureBuddy. We hope that SureBuddy can make Peter rich and happy again. Long story short, we combined two techniques: odds scraping with data analysis, which together form our solution called SureBuddy.
However, in reality, it's a cycle of several microservices that together form an algorithmic discovery engine. First, we scrape data from bookmakers by crawler, then we store it in a storage, and then the data is moved and transformed using ETL to database. This is followed by mapping the pairs of records and calculation of the SureBet ratio using a simple formula. Values less than 1 are marked as a SureBet. As you can see on our front end, our intention was to show you some found and verified SureBets during a pilot phase, which can be taken as a proof that SureBuddy really works. So, we can say that Peter only needs to choose from the current offer, then use our calculator to set his stake, including calculating the potential sure profit, and after that he has to place bets with bookmakers on his own. And that's the whole process.
And according to the data that we have from the last 14 days, we get around 5 SureBets every 30 minutes. And there is a very high chance of having at least 2.5% SureBet every day. And so if we calculate, so for example, if Peter will have 10,000 Czech crowns at the beginning of the month, and he will place a 2.5% SureBet every day, then at the end of the month, he will have 110% profit So that means he will have 21,000 Czech crowns. And thus we think that SureBuddy doesn't necessarily have to be only for bettors. It might be also an interesting choice for investors. And we were curious, so we made a survey among the people who already used something like SureBuddy. And the results were there that average monthly subscription was about 3,000 to 5,000 Czech crowns, even though at some points there were no SureBets at all, and that lasted even for hours. So we would like to be at least better than this competition. And because of this all, our future plans are first to expand from only 2 bookmakers to all of the Czech bookmakers in order to make sure that we have all the SureBets that are possible. Also, we would like to introduce a subscription plan and subscription tiering. And also, at the end of September, we would like to release the full version of SureBuddy. And if possible, we would like to raise the awareness of SureBuddy to not only bettors, but also outside of this community. And make SureBuddy bigger, and possibly even bigger. So, that was SureBuddy, your best buddy for algorithmic betting. And we thank you for your attention. And thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Team 13. And I bet that there are questions from our larger jury. So who goes first?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for a great presentation. I really like it. I see money behind it. I don't see Capula, doesn't matter. And are you going to be one on the market? Do you see any competitors at the moment on the market? Because you said there are a few algorithms which can be used during the betting.
Yeah, as far as Czech Republic stands, we will probably be one of the only few services like this. We've managed to identify possibly like 2 or 3 similar ones, but what they offer is really like lacking in features, and primarily it's lacking in the amount of SureBets found. So for example, I think Saskabet or not necessarily Saskabet, but like some indexing portal offers a similar service, but it probably identifies only about 2 to 3 SureBets like per hour or even more. I don't know. I haven't stayed there too long to actually, you know.
Okay, thanks. Are you expecting some problems with the law? Because you are making recommendations for the betting, and that needs to be covered like from the legal part, I would say.
Depends, right? We're primarily giving the users access to the data. We're not recommending them what to do with it, right? We're not making the bets by them. We're not trading by them. We're only collecting the data, and the service only serves the purpose of providing the data to the customer. So again, as we mentioned in the presentation, it's up to it's essentially up to the customer to place those bets or to decide what they want. Yeah.
And maybe it's something like a gray area, but it's not illegal and nothing. It's illegal.
Okay, so last and short question. I know that one of you has a negative account regarding the betting. Have this app already fixed it?
Maybe not yet, but we try it, and yeah, we have a profit now.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thanks for the presentation. Following the questions regarding legal aspects and like some banned account, how does this influence responsible gaming? Because each platform is like working on that. Are you also considering the aspects of responsible gaming?
It's an interesting consideration. To be honest, we've primarily focused on developing the service as of this moment, so not quite, but yeah, I mean, the option is there, and we're definitely down to it, right? I think I'm speaking for the whole team.
Okay, thanks for the answer.
Yeah, thank you.
How often are you refreshing the data for the algorithm?
The data is currently being refreshed about every 10 minutes. We'd like to take it down to about 5. That's what we see as like a reasonable rate at which the odds will stay constant for the actual user to verify stuff and place those bets. And also some of the competitors outside of Czech Republic, like the global ones, also proclaim that their data is being refreshed every 5 minutes. So yeah, that's our target.
Okay, and how does it take when the results are ready?
When
the algorithm, the results, the sure bets.
Oh, how long is the... it essentially is broken up again into a couple of microservices. So I will split it into 2 parts because it's probably like... I can't really tell you as a whole. So basically, as we're scraping the data, the algorithm is running constantly. So any moment we get some more data, either from the bookmakers' APIs or from their webs, we essentially run our algorithms. It's mostly SQL-based. So the actual algorithm that finds those sure bets is fully written in SQL. It's not that complicated, even though it's long. As far as mapping like the teams or matches or every other essential part of the metadata that is necessary to be able to like correctly claim that this is a sure bet and the data is valid, that is using like a distance matrix, and it's implemented in Python. That runs in about 20 seconds. The SQL algorithm runs in about 5 seconds. So as the whole process is essentially cycling through, you know, the crawlers are scraping the data, and the algorithms are extracting the sure bets. This in total may take up to 3 minutes if I'm being like really conservative. Right? It's not slow. We really tried our best in making it fast, and we'll make it faster.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to ask 1 or 2 questions around monetization of the whole thing. So you said that the customer is somebody who is betting, right? But I guess they are not paying for using the application. Am I right?
That is correct. The data is really hard to get for any normal customer. You can't really scan through thousands of pages of the bookmakers.
Thank you. So it means that the money must be coming from some other side. Through your pilot, were you able to identify how much, let's say, the engagement of the bettors are increasing, or what is the business benefit really for somebody who would like to either invest or start using this app?
Well, I guess 2 of the main benefits are that it reduces the risks of you placing bets and losing, and the other benefit is that depending on how high the, let's say, percentages of the possible win, you are winning money.
Mm-hmm. So who will be paying for the app and for its development and maintenance and so on?
I would define the customer as of right now as someone who already understands the general concept of this, and is either using a similar service or at least is willing or considering using a service like this right now. As my colleagues mentioned during the presentation, we'll obviously like to expand, but at the moment we like to keep things like pretty simple, at least for us, while we develop the thing, right? While we scale it and eventually...
Yeah. Thank you.
Have you reconsidered the alternate exit strategy? Okay, no, thank you.
Okay, so maybe last question. Have you talked about or have you introduced it to any bet company in the Czech Republic?
Not really.
Or to live sport?
We aren't necessarily opposed to it. I think we were considering a scenario where if somebody really wanted to possibly buy us out, we might consider it. At the moment, we're pretty sure that we're going to provide an API for more skilled or let's say I would call it a power user, so that if they have their own systems that are essentially set up to do betting, that they can consume our data and can easily access these sure bets and trade essentially using our API. And for that, we definitely need to think of a separate pricing tier, obviously, because again, as we scanned through the competition, we saw that similar APIs are much more expensive than the general service, right?
Okay, do you think that the bet companies will perceive you as a threat to their business?
At the moment, we think that they will come into this, if they ever get the notice of us, with a healthy degree of skepticism, as I'm sure all of you are coming into it. So if at some point we really manage to scale this thing, that it's possible, and we'll deal with it as we go, right?
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Team 13. Big applause. And the next team, the third team to be on the final stage is team number 8.
$1,284. Do you know what that number stands for? Well, it's the approximate distance from Frankfurt to Barcelona. Or it's the price for 18 tequila shots. But that's not the area we want to talk about today. It's the average number of VŠE students who apply for Erasmus each year. And in cooperation with International Office, we have decided to make their process of Erasmus University selection much more pleasant and easier.
This is Bob. Bob is an ordinary student of the University of Economics and Business in Prague, who has heard from his friends that Erasmus is a great opportunity and experience. So he decides to go as well. But the first question that comes to his mind is how I should do it.
In the beginning, the process of selecting universities looked like this. This is the paper brochure which was printed for each student. Fortunately, now it's history. But let's take a look how the current solution looks like. It all starts with SharePoint, where you can find the list of universities. But Bob doesn't want to underestimate this process. So he wants to gather as much information as possible. And in order to do that, he is forced to go through these additional sources. University details, general conditions, cost of living, healthcare and safety data, university or local highlights, and finally, references to coordinators and reviews. It wasn't as easy as he previously thought. It cost him some nerves and gray hairs. As you can see, he is pretty angry.
Bob had to face with these crucial problems. Fragmentation of data, which causes a lot of time consuming, and user discomfort. Based on faculty research, there are almost 66% of students who aren't satisfied with the current solution of Erasmus University selection.
Just like us, because the most of us went through this process as well. And based on these facts, we were motivated to come up with a change. And that's why we have created VŠE Erasmus Picker. Let me briefly introduce you our solution. We have gathered all the important information into one place. With the help of intuitive interface, students can gain information about key steps and milestones at their selection process at first. Then, and mainly, we provide an opportunity to easily select a university based on your own preferences and possibilities, which include study and geographical criteria. We also didn't forget to mention that there is a healthcare index, safety index, and cost of living information. Of course, students can view universities in detail with main characteristics, such as university highlights, available spots, special requirements, and also we didn't forget to mention references, very important references to coordinators and reviews.
Do you see Bob? He's smiling and he's happy now. He could use our Erasmus Picker.
For better understanding, let's dive into a little bit of architecture which powers Erasmus Picker.
We went through 3 major phases. The initial phase involved gathering data from various sources. Our primary source was SharePoint, which was supplemented with structured Excel spreadsheets and the data retrieved from the Numbeo API. Next, we uploaded the data into Kebula. This step allowed us to transform the data into desired format. Once the data was appropriately formatted, we focused on developing an intuitive interface in Power BI.
And to summarize current situation, it's necessary to say that
this solution was made with the cooperation of the International Office of Prague University of Economics and Business in Prague. Secondly, we tested all this solution and we react to students' reactions. So it's up to date and it's good. It was released on 26th of June, and we know that also all reactions are positive. And first planned interaction with students will be next week because bachelor's degree students will have applications period.
Now and finally, let's find out together what are the key benefits of VŠE Erasmus Picker. First of all, we benefit from time reduction in university initial selection process. Generally, there is a reduction from hours to minutes. To be concrete, we talk about 10 minutes on average based on user testing. We could manage to unify all relevant sources into only a single one. Erasmus Picker is powered by modern technologies such as Power BI and Kebula. We have managed to make a deal with Numbeo API to gain free licensing for getting world data. Also, our solution is fully accessible to anyone. It can be nicely used in university presentation and advertisement, with focus not only to the general public, but also on high school students seeking Erasmus opportunities. Overall, it supports VŠE as a leader in the field of foreign programs. And of course, our solution undoubtedly supports and is in line with VŠE strategy. Especially, it's a pillar of internationalization with specific targets in student mobilities and global competencies.
And what about the future? Is the future bright or not? Firstly, we have to do the evaluation of the first ways. Secondly, we have to finish the maintenance plan with the VŠE. Next, we will do the handover with the international office. And then we are thinking about the expansion of the other Czech universities because they don't have any similar solution and they use only PDF files with lists of schools. And if this expansion proves successful, we would hope that it could help other schools, such as high schools.
We would really like to express our gratitude for the opportunity to stand here. It was such a great time creating Erasmus Speaker. And we are grateful that we can pay something back to VŠE, which invests a lot in us. And without this investment, we wouldn't be here. Ladies and gentlemen, VŠE Erasmus, from students to students.
Big thank you to the teammate also for the kind words. How does our jury see the bright future, which we just learned about? So the first question I already see.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. My question is that, so basically, as I see it, it's a website with information about the universities, but is there any, let's say, application process or approval process already in place? Or is it just one-way communication with that, basically where I can filter university with some, I don't know, description in it?
Yes, this is basically created only to focus on that initial process of selection, which was really painful at the beginning. And then to end this process, we provide link to INSYS application, where you can apply for your Erasmus University.
Kebula?
Thanks. Lukáš, if you don't have a job, I would like to hire you as a sales guy. It was a really nice presentation.
Thank you.
My question is, I wish that something like this would exist before I go to the foreign university. I think 4 of you went somewhere. What was the most criteria you consider when you were choosing your Erasmus? Was it the healthcare status or something like this you showed, or was it something different?
As my point of view, the thing I struggled with the most were the filters, which I was missing in SharePoint. For example, I'd like to know where I can study IT, which I previously couldn't because the only search I could do was using Control F, which isn't very user-friendly. And also the cost of living, which I consider pretty amazing because, like we mentioned, we were supposed to go through the student interviews where I had to find the approximate spending of the students so I could get an idea how much would I spend at the Erasmus where I wanted to go.
Okay, thanks. And are you thinking about some recommendation system so someone can share, I was here, it was nice, I spent so much money for the whole stay? Because most values comes, from my point of view, from the recommendations from the real people.
There are 2 options, actually. First option is provided link to INSYS, where are students' reviews. And also with cooperation with International Office, there is a highlight section which sums up some crucial things about that locality and specific university.
So in the end, someone can say, if you will go to Norway in the winter, just prepare for 3 months of night.
Yeah, it's possible.
Thanks.
Next to the unexpected additional value for Voce, have you thought about like offering this app to other universities as a prepaid or paid service?
Of course, yes. But at first, we would like to evaluate like online maintenance and actual testing on real students, and then we would like to develop and get a better solution. And after this evaluation, we think to expand to another universities. And maybe first public point could be EduCon Confederation with international office. And international office have already mentioned that they would like to present this solution to other universities.
If there would be such a service when you were thinking about going abroad to study, would you pay for such a tool that would help you to choose?
As a student, it's not a question for me, maybe, but for others. I'm the only one who didn't undergo this process. But as I heard from my colleagues, it was really painful. It could save me a lot of time. So you can add something to it.
I will pay it because it was for 3 weeks, I think, with the selection process, and the safety and healthcare index was very painful to find.
Okay, thank you.
It was a very interesting presentation, thank you. These kind of tools are dependent on reliability of data, right? So how actually you sorted this out? Do you have any process to make sure that I don't fill something and at the end of the day I find out that, oh, okay, but it's not 2 places anymore, but it's much less or whatever. How is this covered? That it's almost online valid information.
Yes, it's a really great question. We looked in the beginning on output side, which is a SharePoint with most valuable information. And there we made some changes about output fields, that there is now no possibility to make some bad spelling and mistakes like that. There is a field and a list and specific mandatory formula that you can fill, and it's really effective. And if there are some mistakes in our process,
yeah, so we've also implemented tests into our pipeline. So if we get some information about, so if we get incorrect data, we get notified that we've received inconsistent data, so we can fix it.
I was mostly concerned about not the data from the student, but data from the universities or from, yeah?
That's what we meant.
This is what I want to, okay, thank you.
May I ask regarding this, how often is the data updated?
Currently, it's updated daily, but for further maintenance, we would like to run it at least once in 14 days, and that's because it doesn't really need to run daily since the changes aren't made daily, and it would be just, I would say, inefficient to run it every day. So we decided to make it 14 days because 1 month is probably a long time, but 14 days was like a compromise between the two.
Okay, and does it have any sort of my preferences section? Do I have an account? So if I leave it, I come to it and I see the selection I pre-made, or do I have to every time tick whatever I'm interested in and get the list again and find out where I finished when I was reviewing it?
this is something that isn't actually in our solution, but we would really like to expand and improve it with this facility in future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will ask one question about the future development. What do you think? What are the possibilities like this my section or recommendation engine? On what's your plans?
Basically, to develop, as I have already mentioned, this feature to export your data and for further analysis on your own. And then it's basically expansion to another universities. Yeah.
And also the other API, for example, the ranking of universities in the world could be useful.
And can it help to choose the university? Like, or I need to just filter out what I want?
I think that some students they want to select the schools which are really good in the world, and they do not select for the experiences. They take the schools for the teaching and learning.
Following on this thinking, for the future, are you considering to automate somehow or digitize the input of the data from the providing universities as well?
I think at some point there needs to be someone or something which takes care of the list of universities or the input on itself, and then the rest we can take care of. But I think the very input cannot be easily managed manually, since the list of universities are changing quite often, or there are like new negotiations with new universities, etc., etc. So I think this needs to be managed manually from the input.
But from that point of data loading, transformation, and that interface, it's fully automated.
So thank you, team. Thank you. Big applause. You deserve
Thank
it.
you.
And I will ask another team, another data project. And it's team number 10.
I fucking hate all people who think that Earth is not flat. Like, open your eyes, monkeys. Marcel, have you seen ever comment like this one before?
I mean, that's crazy. How is it possible that comment like you showed me is still online? Makes me wonder if there is any automated solution that helps moderators with comment like that one. I think we should do something about it, Ivan. And I already have the name for it. We will call it Toxicity Monitor.
Nice, that sounds good. So what will it do?
What will it do? So, of course, it should help moderators detect comment, like you just show me, in a faster way. It should give them also some sort of validation whether the comment is in a topic of discussion. What else should be there? Well, it should give them some basic overview of the whole comment section and the possibility for the better automation of deleting such comment. There is one problem. I have no idea how it works right now.
Well, lucky you. I know Mr. Banga, who is a business owner of IDNES Discussion Forum, and I know exactly how it works because I spent some time with real-life moderating.
Well, lucky me, so please explain.
Currently, at IDNES, there is 10 moderators going through tens of thousands of comments every day. That means they spend several hours daily by just sorting and deciding whether to delete or not this comment manually?
Manually. Okay. Well, that doesn't seem very effective. So if I understand correctly, it works like this. Am I right? Well, as I said, it's not very effective. I mean, think about the costs, the man days we could save. But most importantly, the mental drain it takes on moderators themselves that have to go through comments like you just showed me every single day for a couple hours daily. I mean, it must be horrible.
Well, this conversation happened 3 months ago. And since then, we have made our own solution. And let me introduce it. Our team is me, Lukáš, Marcel, Ivan, Misha, and Olda. And we have made our solution, which starts with importing quite a lot of data from different kind of data sources, different kind of discussion forums into our database, where we can run our machine learning and AI models and tools in order to classify the comments according to their toxicity and clearly display them in our website, where moderators can save time by sorting the comments according to their toxicity from the model. This helps them much more than, as we have already heard in Edness today, they only use filter for banned words, and the only thing they use is also a list of potentially dangerous words, which comments they have, they include these words appear at the top of their table in order to decide whether to delete them or not. But our solution is better.
Our solution is better. Let's talk about benefits. The first benefit is speed. We are capable of detecting such comment much faster than ever before. That means our solution is faster, easier to use, and is capable of doing so in 31 languages, thanks to the fact that we use DeepL translator. Of course, we focus mainly on Czech language, because right now there is no model capable of doing so. Second benefit is scalability. It really doesn't matter whether your discussion forum has hundreds or thousands of comments, our tool will be able to handle it. With the rise of models like GPT or other AI models, there really isn't better time to use these resources for projects like this one. Next benefit is cost saving. After discussions with Edness, we know that it costs 200,000 crowns for them to manage their comment section monthly. We did some calculations, and we figured out that we could save 20 to 40% of costs. Lastly, but I think you will agree that it's the most important thing, we will make internet a safer place. By quickly and reliably identifying such toxic comment, we are able to stop the negative spread of this sort of behavior, therefore making internet a safer place. To summarize, our solution: faster, easier to use, scalable, saves quite a bit of money, and makes the internet a safer place.
And why are we telling you all this? Well, we need your help. Our solution will not work without financial support, which will be used for developing our application to another level. We would also like to build our own AI model for toxic comments classification. Building application like this one doesn't happen overnight. And that brings us to another thing we need: time. You can give us both. Give us your vote, and we will make internet a safer place and let comments like this one disappear. Thank you for being here.
Thank you to the whole team, number 10, for the enthusiasm and the well-structured presentation. And I assume you are now ready for the questions from our much larger jury. So, jury, what are your questions?
Thanks for the presentation. I would like to ask about toxicity and how are you right now calculating the level? Because there was GPT, then toxicity. I've probably missed the way. How are you getting that? I've already seen several models being built in the US and other universities calculating that. So I would like to understand how you are doing that.
Yes, we are aware of the question, big question, what is the toxic comment and how to define the toxicity. And that's why we used two different approaches and gave two different output numbers for each comment. And the first one is from the original model we used with the translation to English, and then used the trained model in English. And the second one is from ChatGPT. And each moderator can compare these two numbers and decide on their own then whether it is toxic for them or not.
Okay, but are you having your own model under that? So if they are ticking, this is not toxic for us, is it being propagated down there or not?
No. Not right now, but we want to develop our own model that will train on these kinds of data in the future.
Okay, thanks.
So I will ask, meanwhile, you will get the microphone. So you mentioned Edness and how they do it. And so my question would be, so if you would be offering to them today the solution, how much you would charge and what's the business model for you?
So I don't think so. This solution right now is possible to sell them, but that's why we want to develop our own model that we hope and we have heard from them they would like to buy, and it depends on how difficult it would be for us to develop the model, then the price would depend on that.
Thanks for the presentation. How are you going to avoid yourself to be a censorship tool? Because this is somehow being a censorship.
That's why the whole process is not fully automated, and that's why we only suggest which comments are toxic for the moderators, and the final word is still on the moderators, real persons, real people.
So it's just more helping the people to identify and where to look, because this has higher score, so just check this one.
Yes, and it saves their time because they see firstly the ones that are suggested as toxic.
Okay, thanks. And as you mentioned, you train your own model. So what did you?
Not now, not yet.
Not yet.
We want to in future.
So are you already asked Edness if they can provide you with the testing data, because they will have tons of selected comments?
Yes, it would take a lot of time because with the data it's difficult.
Okay, and you believe the Earth is not flat because Flat Earthers has the supporters all around the globe, so...
Yes, definitely.
Thanks.
If I'm not mistaken, you haven't said how much money you need from the investors this time. Do we know now how much money we need from the investors if we invest the money saved from the company?
So it's about 400,000 crowns.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask you why Edness owner, or not Edness owner, but the guy you showed, why doesn't he want to buy it right now?
So it was the first one we talked to, and later we can maybe ask also someone else, other newspapers.
Did he tell you why he doesn't want it? Does it not deliver? Does it not save time? Or is it not accurate? Or is he favoring comments about flat Earth?
Why
What is the reason?
doesn't he want it right now from us? This one.
Yes,
right?
yes.
It's because of the context and because of the Czech language that is really hard to find the toxic things, the toxic insights in the comments. The Czech language is really white, colorful, yeah, and
Is he right in that? Did you interpret the comments?
Yes,
in your
the
pilot?
translation, yeah, sometimes in the translation, yeah. Also, they have the policy that they delete only comments that targetly say bad words about someone targetly and not about the whole society, for example. So it's hard then for the model to recognize it. And we think the ChatGPT would be good for it, and also our own model, which we will develop in the future.
Thank you.
So it looks like there are no more questions for you. Thank you very much. Applause for
Thank you so much
for the team time. And now it's the last team in the final, the fifth team, and it's the team number 5.
So thank you. We are happy to welcome you at our presentation again. So, welcome from Emotions. Are you aware that there is sent 10 billions of emojis in one day through the internet, and that 92% of online population use these emojis?
And what more, 70% of people believes that their images can express their feelings better than words. But why are we talking about it? Let's introduce a story about Emil and Emma. Emil and Emma are really close friends. They are classmates and they will be finishing their high school very soon, which means they won't see each other so often. Both of them are quite extroverted and emotional people. Because they are close friends, they have similar sense of humor. They often watch on the same video at the same time, and they are chatting about what they are seeing.
Besides watching videos together, they also communicate through the internet. As most young people, they use social media to share posts, photos, their emotions or reactions to other posts. The social media that they are using are owned by big companies such as Meta, Google, Amazon, or Apple. And that means that Emma and Emil aren't the real owners of the data that they share. The big companies have access to the data for free, and that's what Emil and Emma don't like about it. They would like to share the data and emotions mostly with friends, or with someone they don't know, but for some reward.
Because we are, as Emil and Emma, we are thinking about the same problem as them. And that problem is how to share our emotions with each other safely without giving any automatic access to big companies. So we have created a brand new service called Emotions. It brings us, or Emil and Emma, possibility to become the real owner of our data, of emotions we would like to share. But how it really works? Emma is watching some video she likes, and she wants to share her feelings about the video with Emil. In order to share, she needs only 3 things: internet connection, connected MetaMask wallet into our website, which is called Emotional Wallet, and finally, some device with self-camera. Emma decided she wants to share her emotions about the video with Funny Rabbit. While she's watching the video, her emotions are detected through the front camera. And now she can choose if she wants to share her emotions with Emil or with some video creators. Emma decided she wants to share her emotions with Emil. So now, both of them can see the timeline of Emma's emotions, which were encrypted into the emoticons. There weren't saved any screenshots or video records from the camera, so Emma doesn't need to worry about her privacy.
We have asked young people if they would be interested in our platform. And besides that, we find out that 55% or more, than 55% of them are interested in what big companies do with the data that they have access to.
Also, more than 65% of people would be happy if there will be any possibility how they can share their emotions with friends. Also, 55% of people wouldn't mind to share their emotions with the third side if there will be some financial reward.
So Emotions uses API, which is for detection of the emotions. And it is also connected to MetaMask, which users use to log in into the platform. If you want to share your detected emotions with someone, you will send them information through a smart contract, which is safe mediator based on blockchain. But who can share those emotions and who can receive it? Emoter, the one who is watching the video, can share his emotions with other emoters who are basically his friends. Or he can share it with some Mquesters, who are the video content creators, and he will get some emo coins in reward. The business model here is very simple. We take a fee from every transaction made between Emoter and Mquester. So now let's take a look on both Emoters and Mquesters in greater detail.
What emotions brings to Emoters people like us or Emil and Emma, people who want to share their emotions? Emoter will get their own real-time emotions and they can choose with whom they want to share it. They can share it with other friends or they can share it with video creators which are called Mquesters. Emoters also get the full control over their data and emotions.
For Mquesters, the video content creators, or those who want to get the real-time feedback, it is beneficial in the way that they can improve their content in the future based on those emotions. And also it is much cheaper and faster than creating some focus groups or asking people individually about their opinion. We have met with several people from video content industry. As you can see, we talked to 2 influencers from TikTok. They were both quite excited from our service. We also managed to talk with one of the most followed Czech YouTubers, Kovy, and he said that he can see our platform used in some big project, yes. Besides influencers, we also visited some bigger companies, for example, news reporting, Aktualně.cz, and we also visited Česká televize. It is not necessary to be only direct video creator to use the platform. But emotions can be also used by marketing agencies, political parties, or practically anyone who wants to get real-time feedback on their video.
And this is only the beginning. In the future, there will be possibility to safely get data from the smartwatches or other devices which are having control over our movement.
So how does it end with Emil and Emma?
Thanks to us for finding them, they can still be as close friends as they were before. They also get some possibility to earn extra money, which they can use, for example, for traveling with each other.
So don't waste your time and become a motor too. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very emotional presentation. Jury, are we going to get emotional too?
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. I have a question to the way how you gathered the customer insight, right? You asked young people exactly those questions you presented, or
Yes, it was those.
So did they know that they will be recorded by the camera?
Yes, it was stated in the question.
It was stated?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
On that note, you had the question, if I remember correct wording, would you mind sharing emotions with your friends? Did you specify what you mean by sharing emotions? What emotions? Did they know that it will be those emotions recorded during watching the video? Or was it just like, if I would like to share that I'm happy with you?
It was stated there, like in the braces. So yeah, we mentioned it, that they will be recorded or detected. Those emotions will be detected by the camera, and that those emotions will be shared.
Now, when you are recording them, how are you recognizing actually the emotions for the specific person, knowing that each of us has a different baseline?
Yeah, so for now, we use the API, and I know that everybody expresses their emotions differently. But as we stated, in the future there will be possibility to connect some smartwatches or other devices, so it will be much better recognizable which emotion is like the true one.
Okay, thank you.
One more, what is your implementation plan?
For the future? Or
implementation plan is, I guess, in process now, but maybe for the future? Because you didn't say when you are putting this on the market, how much time for more development it will need, what's your target market, where do you go, what are your plans?
Well, implementation is pretty clear. We will find a web hosting service that will host our front end or our web page, and people can go there, then they connect the MetaMask as they already said, and then they can just use the application via Web 3.0 and blockchain.
So basically it can be in a couple of days.
Yes, the solution is working.
It's just about finding the right web hosting that can host Python servers and Bootstrap front end.
And you believe that all of this can work without any marketing, and then people will come just themselves and use whatever you are providing? Implementation plan is richer than just putting it on the market. How do you do that? How do you inform people? How do you, if you plan some expansion, where are you based?
Okay.
Well, speaking of marketing, as we mentioned, we connected with some influencers, and the plan for the marketing is we want to join the influencers on developing a community around this application. So the influencers would share this idea with their audience, and these audience will just spread as they have like millions of views on videos, so like that.
Okay, so still check market with dollars. No change from last time. Thank you.
I would like to ask, what would be my emotion if I'm sleeping usually when I'm watching the film?
Okay, we are ready for it because we decided to include also attention index, and this index will tell you like if you still pay attention, and it can also like warn you that you don't pay attention, so the reward you get can be reduced.
Okay, thank you.
Have you had time to think about the ethics of using that? after Cambridge Analytica, after Brexit, after Donald Trump winning the votes, and these things?
Well, that is a great question, and that's actually why we want to do this project. We actually want the data to get out of the Meta and the Google Analytics and those kind of services and get them to our clients. So the data they are getting, so they are already somehow inputting into their databases, and they can actually they create and own their own data, and they can do whatever they want to do with those kind of data.
Yes, that's right. But when somebody is buying the data, for example, the news, and they can collect the big data and use that to manipulate how the things are perceived.
I think it's on the community that uses the app to choose to whom share this data. So if the community knows that, for example, Cambridge Analytica does bias job, or so they just don't share the data with them. They can choose.
Okay, so you are not thinking per se that you want any regulation or any ethics behind that?
Since it runs at Web 3.0, the idea is not to regulate.
Okay.
Quick question from my side. Thanks for the presentation. Not sure, maybe I've missed that on the architecture slide. What are the relations to YouTube or other platforms of like video watching? Are there any prerequisites, or is it able to serve anything?
Well, now it works with YouTube videos. So the video you want to analyze has to be on YouTube, but it's only for now. And in the future, we will find, I believe, another way how to get to video.
For now, it's just the business case for presentation of our idea. In the future, it will be for a lot more products or services to somehow implement or join this kind of movement.
Okay, including something like iOS or Apple environment, watching together and all that stuff.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. I have a question about your business model. As I got it correctly, Idnes or whatever YouTube or whatever YouTuber Kove will pay you to use your service to get the feedback from the users.
Yes, exactly like that.
That's the only source of the money for you?
Yep.
Have you considered, because I think there's great potential, like really big, when you will let Emily and the guy was Eda?
Emil and Emma.
Emil and Emma, thanks. And if you will let them share the emotions between two of them, and that's probably already showed that Emma saw some video with Dumpy, and this can create a big boom. Like if on one side there will be someone paying for the emotions, but the other way is that young people can share their emotions, and that's where you can gather most of the users, I think. So give them reward, not in the case of the money, but just like sharing the emotions, because sharing the emotions is the whole social network life. What are we now dealing with? It's nothing more than the emotions. So have you were thinking how to use this to expand the base of your users, to let Emma and the guy, and Emil and Emma share the emotions between them and use this as the main driver for the new users?
Well, truly, we haven't thought of that. Great question, by the way. And to answer that long question, it could be some kind of social platform that they can share it on. And the main question or problem will be those MQuesters that will provide these kind of videos currently to the platform, so they can watch it on our platform and get those emotions.
One day there will be someone who will come to you and they will ask you if he can buy your data, what you will say, and they will give you a bunch of money?
We actually don't have any data. We don't store anything. Everything is those clients that are creating their own data or data steps.
It means that COVID doesn't own his data?
Covey owns data, but actually, I think your question was to us, to our platform as a, like, personally, if we have some kind of database. We don't have anything.
And does Emil, no, not Emil, does
Yes.
Covey knows that what Emil likes? Like, is it a personal, or are you going to anonymize the data? Because if you are not going to anonymize the data, it can struggle with some GDPR stuff.
I got your question, and that's the part of Web 3.0. We can't really some kind of separate or get information about our users, so we don't really know, or they don't really know what kind of what the person is, like age, education, place, and etc. etc. If it is Czech video, well, he knows it's gonna be from Czech person.
Well, basically, you cannot match the wallet of the person with the person.
Okay, thanks.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Applause to the team 5. I will now address the jury. So, jury, we will have, or you will have now 30 minutes, and you've witnessed 5 great presentations. So I encourage you to carefully consider the strengths, the opportunities, and well, you are the judges. So in the next 30 minutes, we will learn with Ota from our jury who the winner is. And now Ota will tell you what comes next.
Okay, we have 30 minutes, and I think all of you are pretty tired because we are spending here the whole afternoon, and I'm still talking something about the after party. So how it will be organized. So it means we provide the food, which is already in there, so you can have a good dinner if you are fast and grab something until it disappears. And we provide the non-alcoholic drinks, which are over there, and the rest, it's up to you and up to the bar. Okay, so, and I think you can start enjoying your evening, and we'll be back in 30 minutes. Okay, have a rest, enjoy the dinner, see you in 30 minutes. So, good evening, everyone. I'd like to ask you to take your seats. And we will start in 0 seconds. It has been a bit longer, 30 minutes, but this is the only day when I am a owner of the time. Okay. It's nice to have you all here. And I think before we will proceed, I will start with a bit sad piece of news. This is the last day and the last couple of hours when you are together. It has been a year. You have spent together as a team. There has been a year when you have been working together on a project. This has been a year when you have been working on the data project. And the second year will be a bit different, because you will just go away to your internships. You will have only elective subjects, and you will be writing your theses and everything, but it won't be together. But I hope that you will keep the memories of that year, and we'll be meeting each other and supporting each other as you have been till now. So, this was a bit sad piece of news, I think, not only for yourself, but from myself, because I really enjoyed being with yourself. But now to the nicer part, because it's not over yet. We still have 4 hours. And I hope we'll try to enjoy them. Okay, it's time to present the results. But before that, I have to thank to our sponsors, because without them it won't be possible to just organize such an event. So it's a KPMG, Škoda Auto, and ČSOB. I'd like to thank to the organization team, Kamila, Martin, Sarah, Bara, and others, because without them it won't be possible. Please, applause for them. I'd like to thank to our jury. Thank you for your time spending with us. I know it was long sometimes, but I hope you have enjoyed innovative projects. And by the way, I'd like to thank to all of you for being here and spending the time with us. I have learned a lot from your projects, and I hope that your feedback you will give us will help us to make it better for the next year. We would like to improve. So part of your next week assignment is not only to present the data projects, but giving us the ideas what could be better for the year which will follow. Now I will give word to Mirek. What you have taken from that?
Thank you, Otto, and first of all, thank to you for the opportunity to get exposed to much younger people. Some of you may know that this is my first year.
It has been also your first year, am I right?
Yeah.
You are more freshmen than they are.
Yeah, yeah, but I spent 18 years before in corporations. So, and I see there one parallel. Yes, I have seen a lot of teams growing to the heights, which I was impressed. And now in this short, 2 to 3 months, I've spent very closely with some of you. I got the same impression that you as a team, you have grown significantly. All of you, and even during the technical presentations, I saw a lot of effort you put into these projects. So that's for me the one takeaway, that the teamwork, not everyone is a technical expert, not everyone is deep business expert, but together you worked really nicely. And this is what you will need in your future in business. And the second takeaway is, and that's again for you, I was fortunate to see many companies, many teams, many people in different roles being technologically or data naive. They had these high expectations they have learned from marketing materials that everything is possible. You just take the application, you throw the data in, and then you have the outcome, and it works. And all of you now know that it's not like that. It's not just the technology and the data, but it's a piece of art, it's a craft. There is still no AI which will do this for you from end to end. And I can say I feel confident that in your future roles, during the internship and in your professional careers, you will not be those who are technologically or data naive. So this is what I would wish for when I was younger. I haven't had a chance to have such projects like you have. It was actually very boring when I studied. So this is great. So all the best for you, and looking forward, maybe we will be in touch also next year with some of you. So thank you.
Hopefully. You are part of our team, so you will be leading some theses, being member of the examination committees. Yeah, all the pleasure in front of you. Okay, now's the time to get back to the challenge. I would like to ask Ivanka to summarize the opinion of the jury.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a wonderful evening. I wanted to start my speech actually with saying, I am jealous, but actually you have stolen it from me, because I've never went through such a great, inspiring way of learning as Otto and his team and all who are collaborating with him as they are preparing it for you. So good for you guys. And I think I am looking at the group of people who have really, really bright future in front of them. At least what I can judge based on what we have seen today. And everything what follows now will be data. So, we actually evaluated all of you in terms of numbers, in terms of number of points. The maximum number of points which we were judging was 50. The poll of 50 for each and every project. And now you make the math. The lowest assigned number from one juror was 10. The highest amount was 49. Okay, note it? You can even write it down, right? Like a data people. And then, when we calculated the average, we actually had the lowest number being 28.6. and the highest number to be 38.2. Now, is there anybody brave enough to tell me what does it mean? If you are not so brave, or you are very tired, I will tell you, it means that actually it was very difficult decision making, and that we had a lot of different opinions on each and every single project. So depending which specific company you would be presenting to, depending whether I am sitting there, or Petr is sitting there, or you are sitting there, or you may see different results. And it's reality in business, yeah? Because impressions make a huge impact. Personal experience of the people who are listening to you make a huge impact on the decisions they are making. Ability of you, how you are able to answer the questions, and what is important for me if I am sitting there and you are presenting to me, all those things are so important. Let me use the opportunity to share with you a few things which we have seen in more general. So first of all, I'm really, I don't know whether the entire jury would agree with me, but I think that the way how you presented, the PowerPoint or whatever you used, these were really excellent, simple slides, easy to understand, which didn't drive attention away from what you were saying, but rather underlying it. It was really well done. A majority of you also presented, if not all of you really, presented really, really well. It was visible that you prepared well, that you know your stuff well, and that you thought about the audience, what we will want to hear. And I applaud you for that. There were certain projects which were more mature, even already implemented, and there were some which are more in the design proposals. Now, several times we have seen that the project could have been evaluated much higher if you would approach the business opportunity slightly differently. And I know that you are data analysts, that you are data people, but this is the specific benefit what you are taking away from this course, that it's not good enough to be able to analyze or use the tools or whatever, but you have to be able to convince the people. There you can actually come to us. I'm pretty sure that each and everybody from the jury will be willing to give you specific feedbacks, right? But we could see opportunities to present the business case much stronger. This also, and it could be a very easy thing, like swapping the importance, almost the order how you speak about things, because one is the business opportunity for the customer, for the paying customer, right? And the other one might be the way how you engage a lot of people so that you can generate those money, right? And the other thing what we have seen actually, so let me have a look, is maybe sometimes looking more realistically at the costs, just for future, for real life, you know. Nothing is ever zero cost. There is always a cost, at least opportunity cost, because if there are some people, they might be doing something else. So just think about it. We did not penalize much for these things, obviously. And yeah, my personal point of view is also that, you know, especially today, and then a year from now, it's probably totally different, right? But there was only one team who presented specifically and explicitly that you are using AI, while I suspect that more of you are using it. So being sensitive to what's going on around you and to what terminology and what information the listener may be sensitive is very important. Very much so. So saying that, was it good enough or should we go to more detail?
It was good enough. It was excellent.
Super.
Thank you very much. And we are now, I think, 3 or 4 clicks from the winner. Okay, first click. Jury results. Okay, more clicks. So these are the points being awarded by the jury. Okay, next click. Technical results from the last week. Okay, someone already know. And the final results. So we have the winner. Next click. Next click. Emotions. Congratulations to the winners. And I'd like to use the sentence I'm using for several years in every such an event. The winners are announced and awards are awarded. But after party is for everyone. So enjoy the last couple of hours of your first year. Thank you. Děkuji všem. Děkuji všem.
Jo,
Doufám, že
děkujeme.
zůstanete. Máme otevřený účet.
Super.
Na cokoliv, co se dá. Nepřijde.
Super. Pardon. Stojíme v cestě.